Council for Monday, August 11th, 2025 to order. City Dawson Creek acknowledges that we are privileged to live and work on Treaty 8 territory and the traditional home of the Cree, Danazé, Saulteaux, Sicanee, and Slavey First Nations. We value the Métis people that live and gather here. We commit to upholding the respectful relationships these nations have built with the land, and we acknowledge our responsibility to carry that forward today and into the future. First order of business is 2 delegations. 2.1, we have Sheena Haaf, Executive Director, and Tara Tom, Board Member of the Nawican Friendship Center, in attendance regarding proclamation to declare August 31st, 2025 as International Overdose Awareness Day in Dawson Creek. So, good morning, ladies, and welcome. You can come up if you'd like. It's the second time I've knocked that bottle over, so. So, whereas International Overdose Awareness Day is a global campaign held every August 31st to raise awareness of overdose, reduce the stigma surrounding drug-related deaths, and acknowledge the grief of families and friends affected by overdose. Whereas the day is founded on the principles that overdose is preventable, that compassionate alternatives and policy change are essential, and that a community-wide effort is necessary to end overdose. Whereas International Overdose Awareness Day encourages communities to unite through events, education, memorials, advocacy, and illuminating landmarks in purple to remember lives lost and take meaningful action. Whereas the International Overdose Awareness Day theme for 2025 is One Big Family Driven by Hope. And we affirm that the people affected by overdose are our sons and daughters, our mothers and fathers, our brothers and sisters, and are deserving of our love, compassion, and support. Now, therefore, I, Darcy Dober, Mayor of the City of Dawson Creek, do hereby proclaim August 31st, 2025 as International Overdose Awareness Day in the City of Dawson Creek, and encourage all citizens to join me in this worthy observance. So, thank you for coming in today, and it's an honor to do this one, and it's just also a thank you to the work that you do to help those vulnerable people, and understand that, addiction, overdose, all of that, we live in a tough world today, and a lot of people have found these substances to cope with life, so it's just nice to bring awareness to it, and that there is ways out there to live a better life, and for those, and you hope by doing this that I like the theme, right? One big family driven by hope, because that's what it's about, is hope, and if you can, by doing this, give hope to one person, then that's better than we were before. So so just thank you, and thank you for this, for being part of this, but also for what you do in the community. I know you guys do deal with a lot of vulnerable people in our community, and it's not an easy thing what you do, but it's needed, so thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Sign this, and is there anything that you wanted to add?
Just that we're holding an event. Oh, do I need to?
Yeah, sorry. Just so those that are watching online can hear.
We're holding an event August 29th at the Nawican Bergeron Youth and Cultural Center. We'll be doing naloxone training all day. We'll be showing a film. We'll be having a community meal for everybody. So it's just an all-day event. You can come down.
Okay. So starts like kind of in the morning?
Yeah,
and just
probably around lunchtime.
Yeah.
And we'll end around 5.
Around 5.
Oh yeah, Northern Health will be there to help and join us too.
Okay, perfect. Excellent. Well, thank you very much. And we will get a picture, I think Melissa is going to get one. I don't know, where you?
Yeah, well,
in between the two?
Yeah.
Is it? Thank you. There's no way he had enough. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Nice seeing you.
Yeah, you too. Thanks. And that's yours there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, ladies. Have a nice day. All right, our next order of business is 2.2. We have Angelina Schurmann, Executive Director with Networks Ministry with Dawson Creek in attendance regarding a request for grant funding to support free shower access and increased utility costs. So, good morning. It's lovely to see you this morning. Welcome. I will turn that on. There you go. And the floor is all yours.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Mayor and Council and staff. Thank you for this time and opportunity this morning. I wanted to come before Mayor and Council today. First, I wanted to take the opportunity to come before you guys. Just as I have been Executive Director for the last 2 years, I've not made an appearance. And so I just wanted to do that officially. And thank Mayor and Council for your guys' support of Networks Ministries. The work that we do, we know that you guys are always behind us throughout events in the community and that type of thing. So we do appreciate that support very much. And then I come before you today requesting your consideration to help offset our costs. Our utility costs of water have gone up since we had a renovation and implemented a new program, which is free showers available to individuals in our community, majority of which are homeless or precariously housed. And so since offering that service, we see a steady incline with us looking at projecting at double, if not, over double usage of our utility bill each cycle. So I would like to submit the request. I project the offset cost would be between that $1,200 to $1,500, and so my request would be for a grant of $1,200 to $1,500 from the city to offset that cost. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. What a great morning. We get, had Nawican in first, and then we have Networks in second, both amazing organizations for our communities. So I just want to, before I open up to council, just thank you for what Network Ministries does to the community and for the community. So, yeah. So just thank you, and thanks for coming in today.
It is our pleasure. Yeah. It's our honor to serve. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you. It's good to see you, and I appreciate the chance to hear from you. So really impressive increase in usage, and I think from a health perspective, probably one of the underappreciated aspects of people who struggle with homelessness is the ability to access basic means to stay clean and stuff like that. What I was wondering is, has Networks, and I understand the ask is to us, but I'm trying to rack my brain to think if we actually have the ability to, it would have to be in the form of a grant if we were to administer this. Have you guys been in contact with Northern Health, or are there any, contracts from the provincial government that would offer a stipend to help you cover these costs? Because you are providing a public service, and I do think there is, as I noted, kind of a healthcare aspect to it, in the sense that.
I do actively do the grant writing for Networks Ministries, so I am constantly pursuing funding avenues. As it stands, funding is usually limited to project building and building capacity, not to cover long-term sustainability of a project. So that's where we fall back on relying on our donations that come in to support long-term. So currently, that is where we're at. I definitely I work with the PRRD grant writers, always kind of trying to stay on their radar on what programs we run, so that they can let us know if there is anything that comes up, any opportunities to fund any of our programs.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you again for your work.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Parslow?
Well, I know this is a needed function. I have no doubt about that. But grants are usually just annually I mean, this is a perennial feature once started. And again, it's the difficulty for council always is, you know, whose track is this? I've always, in my work, recognized that the quality of life of all individuals is important, but it's a conundrum, right? When this is, we think, the track of the provincial agencies, the care of the homeless people and vulnerably housed people. But really, I don't think you're asking for an annual grant. I think would you be coming here every year asking for a grant? Because this is not just a one-year deal, is it?
My hope is to not. My hope is to be able to secure funding, whether it be that we can find a grant or a sponsor that would cover that annually. This is kind of giving me a little bit of a buffer to do that. Just
So is
seeing
it-
our increase and knowing we need to compensate for that increase while we kind of get that more long-term plan.
So can I infer that you're trying to juggle this year's operating budget?
Sorry?
Can I infer that you're trying to juggle your revenue and expenditures for this year, that they're tight?
The increase of the costs, yes. Yeah. Of the utilities, yes.
But how is the state of your overall budget?
We are doing okay overall with our budget. But we do, when I say we're sitting healthy right now, I'm also looking at the next 4 months of what we have expenditures coming up. So we are sitting at a healthy place right now, but because we are donor funded, it's not like we have a revenue where I say next month, when our expenses, I know our expenses are set, but I don't know what will come in for donations. So I project that our current state of budget will cover us for the next few months.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other questions? I didn't have any more. I guess a little off topic of this. I wonder if you could speak just a few minutes about like how Networks is doing. I know last time I was in there, I talked to you and you just said that there was quite an uptake in clients and people coming in. So I'm just wondering like how that is going. And
Yeah, we've definitely this year seen, actually I'd say the last 2 years have seen quite a significant increase in the demand for our services. The scope has widened to cover the different context of non-nationals that are coming into our community that are not situated enough to get onto their feet. And so our services have really expanded to support a non-national clientele that we didn't anticipate. It was a new avenue for us. We are also seeing an increase in homeless clientele or precariously housed. So precariously housed would be those that are couch surfing or they do have accommodations, but they actually can't afford utilities. So they have shut off their water or they don't have water. And so they come and they shower. And then the need for our services, we can see on average about 70 people a day come through our food bank. So that has been almost doubled in the last year and a half. And to keep the shelves stocked is definitely a challenge. We buy all of our non-perishable items, so we are incredibly thankful to the programs Loop and Second Harvest that help us to stock our shelves with fresh produce, but Networks Ministries, out of our operating budget, we purchase all non-perishable items that don't come in through food drives, such as this weekend, which is amazing. And so that's about $5,000 a month that we spend on non-perishable items. So that, our operating costs are around that $12,000 to $15,000 a month.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And is it still growing? Like, I know last year you had that huge spike.
Yeah.
you spoke to. So are you still seeing like it growing each month, or is it kind of plateaued?
No,
or is
we
it-
do. We're doing on average probably about 5 to 10 new intakes a week.
Oh, wow.
So we're seeing an increase of 5 to 10 new clients or client inquiries each week. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And the dynamics are hugely different of what brings each person through the doors. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, thank you
Yeah.
for what
Thank
you do.
you.
Any other questions? No. Okay, well, thanks for coming in. Later on under mayor's updates, we'll deal with the requests. So, and then we'll let you know.
Okay,
that
thank
goes
you.
from there.
Thank
So,
you
yeah,
very
yeah.
much.
Yeah, thanks. Enjoy your day. All right, our next order of business is 2.3. We have Ashley Thandi, Senior Community Planner, L&M Engineering, and David Doell, City Planner, City Dawson Creek, in attendance regarding the Grandview Neighbourhood Concept Plan. So, morning, Ashley. Can you hear me? Oh, can you hear me, Ashley?
Hi, I can hear you now.
Okay, good morning and welcome. So, yeah, the floor is all yours. Good morning.
So, thank you so much.
David, if you want to hit your button, I can turn your mic on. Are you going to be speaking? I'll be coming afterwards. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I just want to make sure the presentation up because I can't see it, but it's okay if I can't.
Yeah, it's up now. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good. Okay, I'll start off then. Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Ashley Thandi, and I am a Senior Community Planner from L&M Engineering. It is with distinct pleasure that we are presenting the Grandview Neighbourhood Plan for you today. It's a very exciting long-range document that will provide certainty for Council, citizens, and developers regarding the future development of this important piece of land in your community. The plan is also very comprehensive, so I'm going to limit my remarks to showcasing the highlights of the plan. The creation of this plan represents a collaboration between a variety of key people. City of Dawson Creek staff were instrumental in working alongside L&M to complete this planning process. We would like to give a huge thank you to the Development Services team for their support in the creation of this plan, and a big thank you to Melissa Love and her communications team, who were crucial in helping us with the community engagement portion of this project. They are a small comms team, but they are mighty, and they were awesome to work with. And finally, we'd like to give a huge thank you to all of the residents who spent their time participating and providing input into this process. Next slide, please, David. Great, so we'll just go, we have a quick agenda. We're going to do an overview of the planning process. We'll talk a bit more about the community goals and the plan visions, go a little bit into depth about the parks and open space aspect of the plan, and then talk a bit about the future land use, and then I'll pass it over to David, who will talk more about the what we heard reports and the engagement. Next slide, please, David. Thanks. So we wanted to kick off our presentation with the quick Neighbourhood Plans 101 and how this type of planning process does benefit the community. Neighbourhood plans are long-range policy documents that give us an idea of how a specific area will look and feel in the future. They allow us the opportunity to create sound fiscal policies for infrastructure and to create progressive land use policies to ensure that we effectively consider things like the environment, transportation networks, parks and trails, economic realities, housing needs, and interfaces between developments and neighborhoods. They're also built on the foundations laid out by the official community plan. So I like to visualize neighborhood plans under the OCP umbrella, which further creates the opportunity to have public dialogue about how we envision our communities growing and developing in the future. So what neighborhood plans do not do? They do not replace the OCP. They work in harmony with official community plans. Policies in the neighborhood plans are guided by policies in the OCP, and then vice versa. Neighborhood plan policies can then be integrated back into the OCP for a more consistent, comprehensive land use planning process. They also do not take the place of zoning. Oh, that's okay. I'll just quickly run through that. Zoning bylaws regulate any future development on the site through alignment with the plan's policies. So when we talk about neighborhood plans, we do a highest and best land use analysis, and there's a lot of input streams that have to go into that consideration to kind of provide the finalized output of the neighborhood plan. So we just talked about how OCPs are an input stream. Community engagement is a huge input stream. technical studies, which are found on page 11 of the neighborhood plan. There was quite a few that went into consideration when we were looking at the highest and best land use for the property. And then council and staff. So we look at council strategic priorities, we have conversations with staff about where the property has been, where it is now, and where it could be in the future. So all of those things kind of go together to create the finalized neighborhood plan. Next slide, please, David. Thank you. So we just did a quick planning process. This has been up on the city's website throughout the duration of the project. Each phase had a "We Are Here" little arrow pointing to the phase that we are at. So we're currently in phase 5, which is the deliver. Next slide, please, David. Thanks. So trends emerged through the first round of engagement that gave us an idea of what the ideals, the principles, and desires identified by the community were, which have further helped to guide the preparation of the policies and recommendations found within the plan. So we asked residents right away what they loved about their current neighborhoods. And almost all of the responses included that they loved the traditional neighborhood atmosphere, friendly neighbors, everyone looking out for one another. So we wanted to make sure that this was further continued within the plan. When we talk about complete neighborhoods, we heard that folks wanted a neighborhood where the necessities of daily life were in walking distance, such as better outdoor recreation or local level retail services that were in close walking proximity. We also heard that folks wanted a neighborhood, do you mind, sorry David, just going back, thanks, where the necessity, sorry, I just said that, making sure that the planned area is family friendly, safe and clean and supportive for everyone was also something that came through. So we wanted to ensure that vibrancy and safety was a core community goal. We'll talk a bit more about the open spaces and enhanced landscapes, but we wanted to also make sure that parks, trails, and green spaces were at the forefront of any urban designs within the plan area. So you'll see that integrated throughout the policies in each section of the plan. And then finally, housing choice availability. So we've heard quite a bit that the plan area needs to meet the needs of the city's aging population and to ensure that everybody had an opportunity to age in place. So that qualitative data was also further enhanced by the quantitative data found within the policies of the 2021 and 2024 housing needs assessments, and also through the findings of the Peace River Regional District's regional growth strategy, which talks more about seniors moving in from rural areas, especially the aging farming population, moving in to be closer to services and families. Thanks, David. Next. So the neighborhood plan vision has had a few reiterations, but the finalized one is that the Grandview neighborhood plan is a vibrant hub that fosters meaningful connection among the people of Dawson Creek by integrating senior-friendly housing, local small businesses, and flexible gathering spaces. The shared space becomes the heart of Grandview, a dynamic connector that blends nature with community, offering every resident a place to belong, engage, and thrive. Next slide, please, David. So before we get into the land use, we wanted to talk a bit more about something that we heard quite often during the first round of engagement. And that was protecting the area to ensure that residents still had a space to recreate, whether it was bringing their dogs in or some other forms. So the white area that's highlighted in white is 1195 Avenue, which is the focus of this neighborhood plan. But lucky us, there is a city park directly adjacent to the plan area. So we would be remiss if we didn't include that pertinent information about parks and open spaces that we received from residents into the neighborhood plan. So on page 22, you'll see policies that are specific to Ravine Park Drive, and that's specific to that area highlighted in yellow so that the city can utilize that information for any type of future parks planning that may occur on this parcel. Next slide, please, David. Great. So the overall land use vision for the plan area is to provide a robust mixed-use development that maintains the surrounding neighborhood character through a well-designed, connected, and safe neighborhood. The objective is to ensure that there's a suitable level of complementary land uses that foster meaningful connections with the community, with housing catered specifically towards seniors, with an emphasis on providing a few small local businesses on the site, such as cafes, barbershops, things like that. some sort of community gathering spaces on the site, indoor and outdoor, and a potential space for a daycare, elder care, or adult daycare that should complement the seniors housing so that it's convenient for seniors living on site to access daily needs, but it's also those daily needs are in close walking proximity to the surrounding neighborhood. We didn't want to cram a bunch of things into the parcel, so the plan is flexible in the land use policy and provides design guidelines that work to mitigate a maximum building height along 11th Street and 95th Ave, landscape buffers, specifics on where to orient buildings, etc. So all of these things could be then formally built into the zoning bylaw when the time comes, which will further enforce and regulate the built form of the site. And an important thing to note is that the concept plans within the neighborhood plan are just examples of how plan policies and urban design guidelines could be implemented in the plan, but they are no means exhaustive of the design potential on the site. So further consultations and discussions on the exact type of seniors housing and the form of that housing will need to be required, and variations of urban designs that align with the policies of this plan should absolutely be considered for future development. So thank you so much for your time this morning. I know I rushed through that, but I want to give David an opportunity for his part. It's been such a pleasure working with city staff to complete this plan, and now I'm going to hand it over to David.
Thank you, Ashley. Go ahead, David.
Just to make sure, are we okay with the time? Continuing at the minute, or?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So thank you, Ashley. I'm going to take it from here and just sort of speak to some of the background community engagement that was done that informed the changes from the draft plan to the finalized version, which we are presenting today. So that was done in the form of the What We Heard report, which I'm presenting just the general findings of here in the remainder of this presentation. So putting this document into some context, of course, the project for the future of the Grandview NCP site was launched on November 1st, 2024. In that time, we have sort of put up a project website. We hosted an open house on November 25th at Frank Ross, and we had a first round of engagement to inform what was ultimately released in the draft plan. From there, once we had the draft plan released in the May 20th council meeting, on May 30th, there was a survey released to the public in order to gather feedback from community members as to whether they felt the plans and policies and guideline statements within the draft version of the final plan was something that they felt reflected the ultimate desires of the community. So what I'm presenting here now is some of the statements, some of the feedback which we received from this second What We Heard report, which we are presenting here for the first time to council, of course, here on August 11th. So this plan, of course, was divided into a bunch of different sort of functional areas. So, of course, Section 7, for instance, Parks and Open Space Policies, Section 10 on Arts, Culture, and Placemaking. Just to give a general sense of the overall feedback which was received from the public, I've included the response with the highest rate of positive responses, so strongest support or support, which was question 4, with a total of 87.24% of respondents sort of responding with some amount of positivity there, to a range of the lowest positive support, which was 64.29%. So it's important to keep in mind that throughout the feedback that we received fell entirely within that range, and so most people who responded to the survey did feel positively towards the goals and policies found within the plan. However, if we did look to the written responses, as there was sort of an open text box option within to sort of elaborate on one's position within the plan, even amongst the questions with very high overall support, there was still a substantial number of comments that were received that had some amount of negative feedback, essentially. So, for instance, in question 4, even though only 7.7% of respondents responded with either that they opposed or strongly opposed the goals and policies within Section 7, by my count, going through the feedback, about half of those who wrote in had something to say that could be classed as being in opposition. So just to give some sense of how we use those sorts of comments within the What We Heard report process, essentially how this document is supposed to function is that it sort of shows the overall sense of the feedback that we received from the community, and if there was anything from that that we wished to take into the final plan as something that would be seen as a positive change to the overall outcome. So here I'm taking some verbatim comments from our survey here. And you can see that, for instance, on the left side, we had certain responses here that had concerns about whether any amenities introduced into the future of the building would be available to all members of the community. So it was felt that it would be of value to include in the plan that any sorts of community amenities or anything within the development wouldn't be exclusive to whatever seniors housing, for instance, would have been built on the plan site, and that ensuring that everything was available to the broader community to utilize. And so from that section, we took that was something positive we can include in the plan, so that resulted in an update to one of the policies. There was certain other concerns expressed, for instance, regarding some who had felt that the plan would have sort of included additional space for the arts in particular, arts programming. Certain people felt that, well, KPAC was sufficient as a site as it was, so then we didn't need to include that in addition. When we look through the actual policy statements of the plan, that's not actually something that's proposed for any of the buildings there. So then there was some clarity needed on the policy statements, for instance, that the use of art, public art as placemaking is distinct from providing arts programming space there as a distinct permanent use within the building. So then in some of those comments, that was something that we needed to adjust the language to make that a little more clear. And finally, there were certain comments that went a little beyond the scope of the plan, and so they weren't really some certain things that we were able to address within the NCP. So moving forward from that, these are some other examples of certain things that were changed from the draft to the final version of the plan. We updated the vision statement because there was a comment received from the public which we felt better summarized the overall feedback, so then it was seen as good to just change it to what we saw from the community directly. And in addition, I think Ashley alluded to this already, certain concerns about the allocation of the existing open space there, some clarity around the fact that the planned site is a distinct portion of the site, whereas the Ravine Drive Park East is a separate portion that's already dedicated parkland, which would not be affected by this plan. And that's it from me, I believe. Yes.
Perfect, thanks, David. And thank you, Ashley. We'll open it up to council for questions. Councillor Parslow?
So the focus seems to be for senior housing. I think the comment that seniors don't just need a place to rest and eat and watch TV, they need some other services as well, which is incorporated in what I see of the plan here. A couple of questions. When I was very involved with the Dawson Creek Society for Community Living, which is currently the major provider of housing for seniors in the community, there was a lot of pressure on the society to have more accommodation for seniors. We had a long waiting list. And further research showed that very few of them actually needed the type of supported living from the point of view of costs to acquire a place to live. But the families wanted to keep the assets of their parents within the family and have the agency take on the housing needs of their parents. So I'm just wondering what data is driving this need? What is the numbers? And is there going to be some emphasis on providing housing focused on those whose circumstances require some support? Because I do know that you're talking in the presentation or in one of the comments about BC Housing's involvement. Okay, so that, to me, if that was the pursuit, we're looking at people sort of a supported rental structure, perhaps. So I'm just wondering, what is the data that's saying that we need all this accommodation for seniors? And then I have another question after that.
All right, we'll start with question number 1. I believe some of the background data question might be better directed to Ashley if she's able to take that
Sure,
on.
yeah, I'm
but
ready.
More broadly speaking, the purpose of the plan is mostly to establish a land use for the site. So I don't think that any of us are suggesting that just setting aside some land for additional seniors housing would be the silver bullet to solve all the problems that we have with housing seniors at the minute. I mean, you can see, for instance, some of the feedback which we received from the plan sort of falls in line with some of those broader concerns about is there other ways of accommodating seniors beyond just putting them in a long-term care facility, essentially. But that wouldn't really fall within what we're able to do with this NCP for the land use there. Yeah, I'll just hand it off to Ashley if she has something additional to say for the
Sure,
background
yeah.
report.
I can. Thanks, David. Yeah, so the data derives from the most recent housing needs. Like I mentioned, the Peace River Regional District's Regional Growth Strategy spoke a bit to it as well. And the plan, like I mentioned, is flexible. So in it, we say the land use is seniors. It could be anything from naturally reoccurring retirement communities with support service programs through to, it could be semi-assisted living facilities, fully assisted living facilities, multi-phase seniors living models, which we're seeing quite often now. But the policies are here for the land use. And now that the policies are here for the seniors land use, further discussions with those types of housing providers would be needed to see exactly what the need would be for this specific site as it is now or in the future. So like David mentioned, the plan lays out the guiding land use foundation for the site, and then the steps to build on that foundation through policy work are now going in and speaking with those providers, potential developers, etc., on exactly what their findings are so that we can combine the two plans and kind of make something more fulsome, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Got a second question, Councillor Person?
I've changed my second question. I'm looking at these two, the future land use, under the caption here, future land use, you have some concept drawings. Can you expand on those a little bit? Because I'm inferring that this seems to be focused on supporting seniors, but what is entailed here in the two? You've got two schematics, if you like, of potential locations of buildings and parking lots, etc.
I can.
You can leave your mic.
You want to go to that, David?
Sure, yeah. So the intent of the design images there were mostly to draw out some conversation about what the community would want to see for the future of the site. At this stage, with just setting an intention for the land use, we wouldn't necessarily have some agency lined up, for instance, like BC Housing that you mentioned. That's not something that is a part of this discussion at the minute. It's really just to set an intention for the future of the site. And maybe further to those comments, I would say that the utility of this overall NCP planning process would be that, for instance, I often get calls as the planner about certain developers who are interested in pursuing a certain project in town, but they might have questions, for instance, about what our regulations are, or if we have council support, or if we have the support of the community. And oftentimes those are often seen as really big risks for anyone who would want to invest into the city if there is a potential that something might get derailed down the line if it involves a council decision or any amount of uncertainty. So the utility of having something like this sort of plan in place for the site is that we can point to potentially anybody who's interested in developing this sort of, seniors accommodation. Look, we've gone through this process already. We've done engagement with the community. We have potentially the support of council for this future vision. And from there, the applicant can take it with these sorts of policies in place that have been sort of seen by council already, and they have a bit more of that backing to pursue any sort of project like this for that particular area. And if you'd like to speak more to the design concepts there, Ashley.
Sure, yeah, I can. So also great explanation, David. You nailed it. So the design concepts just are intended to help us kind of see what the build-up could potentially be based on some of the policy regulations that are in the site. Does it mean that the site's going to be built out exactly like this? Absolutely not. I think I'd mentioned that they're no way exhaustive of the built form potential of this site. We just wanted to make sure that what we were proposing in the worst case scenario could still fit. So if the worst case scenario was that somebody did want to come in as a developer or a seniors housing provider and wanted to build something that aligned with more of local commercial levels on the first floor or on a portion of the first floor of a building, community indoor space on another portion of that first floor, and then potentially having some sort of housing on top with accessible access, then we wanted to make sure that that fit on the site.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? I have a few questions. Just right at the beginning of the presentation, you mentioned fee for development. So, and stuff's a little bit new for me. So maybe I don't know if these questions are the right time. But I guess what does this look like at the end of the day? Like, is it so we have development fee charges that we charge. So is this something new? Like, was that just no? Okay. I was just curious if there was like another level with this because we're.
No, through your worship, this is just simply as they've indicated, just it's a guide.
Yeah. Okay.
There's nothing new from a fee
Yeah.
proposal.
So, and then also too, because it's a guide, so like if somebody was to come and say like wanting to develop this, but a little bit different than this guide, so say they were willing to build a seniors complex, but didn't have somebody for childcare. Is that an option, or does that have to then come back to the city, or just curious on how that would work?
Yeah, well, I might kick that over to David from a planning perspective.
Sure, yep, through your worship. The intention for how the plan is going to be used currently in conversation with staff is that we're not necessarily going to include it within the zoning bylaw directly as sort of a hard list of regulations. You must do all of this, but more so as a guiding document, which is going to be referred to from the OCP. So it's not like these are a list of firm regulations. It must comply to these pictures, for instance. But more so that it'll be used as some form of guiding document that we have backing from the community for to sort of help in our approvals process to see if it broadly meets the intentions that have been expressed within the plan. If that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. So then you would work with that, potential developer if it was, and come up with a plan, and then that would come back to council, or once this is done, this would kind of guide it?
I think as it is currently, we would require a rezone to see this, so
Okay.
it would have to come through council again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then it was also brought up about the max height being a bit different, or could be different. It'll be zoned different in here. So is it, I think currently we're allowed 4 stories in the community. Is this only going to be, is this max at 3?
Typically, the height requirements are not by number of stories, but more so in meters. So it would be if they can accommodate a certain number of stories within that. I don't know offhand what the height maximum is for the Grandview area.
I can.
I could.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to jump in. We did, just to help city staff further regulate when it does come time to that with developers, we wanted to make sure that anything that was adjacent to 11th Street would be built up to maximum of 4 stories. Whatever that is in meters on your end would have to be interpreted through city. And then potentially max of 4 stories along 95th Ave. But the design guidelines indicate that if it is 4 stories, then that 4-story would have to be stepped back, which we kind of show on that bottom design concept to make sure that it isn't just a full face of building. The top is stepped back a little bit to break up that building design, just to help further regulate like again, if a developer comes in, then they have an idea of what those parameters would be.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Yeah, okay, I think that was all I had. I mean, one other thing, I just wanted to thank you both for presenting, but also thank, everybody involved. I know you've, Ashley and David, you both mentioned the team at the city, but also the residents, because I believe I heard these numbers, so that could be wrong, but the surveys, there was 190 surveys that were brought back in, but there was also 60 residents that attended. So I just think, as community and relationships are a key part for all of us, like I just want to say thank you, because it's nice to see that there was that much interaction on something like this, that it wasn't just, somebody sitting at a desk creating a plan. It was actually listened to, and I think you could hear that in the presentation today and in previous ones. So I just want to thank you for listening, and so, and I thank the community as well for participating, so. Yeah.
Thank you for your time as well.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Thanks, Ashley. It was nice meeting you.
Thank you. Nice meeting you all. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you. Mark, I'm just going to vary the agenda. Just one sec here. It's going to vary the agenda to 16.1. So agenda item 2.1, the acquisition, disposition, or expiration of land or improvements if the council considers that disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interest of the municipality. So, I was varying to recess to close meeting, so I just need a motion. Councillor Earl, second. Councillor Apollonio. I will call that to vote. Oh. Maybe I won't. Manually call the vote? Oh. Still need somebody to vote. Has everybody voted? I checked to make sure I did, so vote is closed and it's carried. So just for those that are watching, if we're still on, we'll probably be back in about 10:30. So Monday, August 11th, 2025 to order. I'm just going to vary the agenda and go to next 2025 strategic priority chart. 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3, there's a report. Thank you, Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 25-149 from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding 2025 Strategic Priorities Action Plan Quarter 2, which provides Council with an update on the staff action plan for Quarter 2 in 2025, be received for information.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Second, Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? I just wanted to thank you, Kevin, and your team for putting this together. It was really good to go through, and it's nice too to see how much. I know we've talked about this. A few council did the other day, just about on every project that's going forward and how much this is followed. And it's just such a great guiding tool. But it's also great to see that it is guiding the direction of the community and especially the relationship one. Like, I just wanted to touch specifically on that. I think it's so important, and it's not even just a council thing. I think it's clear that you can see it everywhere with the city team at all levels. That relationship part is, it's really been taken seriously, and you can see it being implemented. And so I just wanted to thank you. So it's much appreciated and definitely noticed. So at all levels. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's a very robust and aggressive strategic plan, but one that I think, as we've talked about a number of times, I think is very fitting for the community. And it's nice to see we're making some headway, and we try and ensure that, our projects, as you say, tie back to that, and we have linkages. So yeah, it's great, and thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I think you start to see and feel it from the community as well, right? Like it's almost like there's been a shift, or you're feeling it back from the community as well. So it just shows that there's a lot of good things happening. So yeah, so thank you. All right, I will call that to vote, which I probably should have done that first, but. Sorry, Councillor Earl, were you wanting to?
No.
Okay. Vote is closed, and it's carried. Next late items. So there are 2 late items, so I just need a motion that council authorize a late item to be added to the closed meeting agenda under the authority of the community charter, section 91K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service at other preliminary stages, and that in the view of the council could reasonably be expected to harm the interest of the municipality if they were held in public. So just get a motion. Councillor McDonald, second Councillor Kempf. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. The second one, just a request from Dale Bumstead that council authorize the addition of a late item from Dale Bumstead regarding the request for RVs to utilize the area east of the event center for the cultural gathering held in Dawson Creek on September 18th to the 21st, 2025. Councillor McDonald, second Councillor Apollonio. We'll call that to vote. Vote is closed, and it's carried. We'll get you guys those letters. And there was no other late items? No? Okay, so next item is new councillor business. And the first one we're actually going to deal with is this letter. So if you need a minute to just read it, but basically it's a request for, like I said in the late item, it's a request. Oh, so this is the confidential one is for closed. Melissa, while everybody's just reading the letter, do you happen to know offhand where our grant budget's at? Could you just push your button? Could you push your button? Sorry, that's all right.
So, through your worship, the remaining grant balance is $3,478. 72% has been spent.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move that we grant Mr. Bumstead's request for waiving the fees of camping at the Oventum Centre.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. I have a second, Councillor McDonald or Councillor Parslow. Sorry. Yeah. You guys are family, aren't you? Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor McDonald, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm looking very forward to the multicultural gathering event that is coming up. I think it's going to be huge for our community. I'd like to support it in any way we can, and hopefully this becomes an annual event where we will see a massive amount of people come to our community, celebrate with our Treaty 8 neighbors, and I think it's huge. I think it'll be huge.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worship. Just the question you asked Melissa about the grant fund remaining. For requests such as this, do we allocate a value that comes out of grant funding?
Yeah, I think it's $500.
$500? Okay.
So, Your Worship,
I thought it was something. I was just need someone to jog my memory.
Yeah,
Apologies.
so it's the fee is set at $510 plus tax, so it's actually $535.50 is the total, just for clarity.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor McDonald?
No, thank you, Worship. And just out of curiosity, how many times have we waived that fee this year?
That was thinking that too. Well, every time we've waived it, but yeah. I mean,
Right.
Melissa's just taking a look there.
I feel like it's upwards of 7 times.
Through your worship, to Councillor McDonald, I believe only twice, to the Seals Swim Club annual meet and the Northern Lights College Fair Rodeo. Although it was once covered through the economic development budget for the BC High School Rodeo Association. And so it looks like it came to council 3 different times.
The high school rodeo was multiple times.
Oh, yes, camping 3 weekends, so $1,500. So it would be 3 times out of the dev budget and twice out of the grant budget, so 5 times total. This would be 6th.
Okay. Thank you.
thanks. Councillor Earl?
I guess just to follow up on that, the meeting taking place, that's being put on by Mr. Bumstead, isn't under the auspices of a nonprofit, correct? So would it be appropriate for it to come out of ECDev, because the grant budget is generally dedicated to nonprofit undertaking? You know what, I don't know what the line of delineation is.
Yeah, through your worship. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. I mean, this could certainly be viewed as an economic development type of opportunity where you have perhaps a few thousand folks coming to town specifically for this event. So that's a consideration.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councillor Earl, were you on that last point? Maybe I misunderstood, but were you thinking that this should come out of ECDev, or were you just wondering more if it's a
I
profit or
think it would,
nonprofit?
well, I was looking for some clarification because from what I understood, I mean, although the event is, intended to benefit the region, because it isn't being run under a nonprofit umbrella. It's being run by a contractor or what have you. So I was wondering if the grant budget was the most appropriate.
So you're asking something
Yeah, I'm
different,
just
yeah.
wondering what the line of delineation is, and if it is possible for it to come out of the ECDev budget, I think it might be more appropriate in this instance. But, I mean, it's not my budget to allocate, and
Yeah.
I didn't make an amendment or anything formal like that. I was just trying to gain a better understanding.
Yeah, I think it would make sense coming out of the ECDev too, but I guess where's that budget at?
Your worship, that I'm not 100% sure on. We'd have to dig into it. I think the reality of the ECDev budget is by the time the end of the year rolls around, there's a chance it's going to be over, but we're just going to have to, as we do in other operational budgets, some go over and some are under, and you always have to balance it out.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Well, just I commend my colleague, Councillor Earl, there for being on top of this. I think he's right on. And again, I would hate to be directing the mayor what to do, but you need a motion to support your action of awarding, taking a draw on the ECDev budget.
No.
No. Okay. So you're going to do it, eh?
Councillor Sudnick?
Thank you, Worship. This letter's not asking to have those fees waived. It's just asking if they can utilize the area. So I'm in favor of them utilizing the area, and there's a fee for that. I don't see anywhere in here where they're asking for it to be for free.
Yeah, that's the intent of the letter, though, is they're asking for the fees to be waived. Maybe it's not specifically in the letter, but Mr. Bumstead was here this morning, and that's definitely what it was intended for. Yeah. Any other discussion? Well, if this motion was to be defeated, this could come out of the ECDev fund, so. Councillor McDonald? Well, I don't think we need to amend it because it doesn't need to be
That was my question. Should we just amend the motion? Or should we just defeat it and put in another?
Further to Councillor McDonald's question, Your Worship, if you want the motion to be clear and you want it to say that further it comes out of the economic development budget, you're more than welcome to do that.
You can just add that to that.
So I'd like to propose to amend my motion that we use the ECDev budget to cover the fees for camping for this event put on by Dale Bumstead and the Nations.
Second, Councillor Kempf. Any discussion on the amendment? No.
Through Your Worship, just give us a moment. We will make the vote for the amending motion from
Okay.
McDonald and Kempf.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll call, is there any more discussion on the amendment? No, I'll call the amendment to vote. Vote is closed, it's carried. Any more discussion on the motion as amended? No, all right, I will call that the motion as amended to vote. Vote is closed, it's carried. Next order of business, 5.1 memo from Councillor Parslow regarding 2026 permissive tax exemption municipal portion. Do you want me to move it?
Yeah, the memo for me, the 2026 permissive tax exemption municipal portion be received for discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor McDonald. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried.
If I can speak to this.
Just go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
So this was triggered by the council's decision to waive taxes for new development, which I supported. We all supported. But I noticed that there was a discrepancy in that action and the action we take when we give other tax exemptions through this procedure, permissive tax exemption. In the case of the development one, we do not waive the school, regional district, hospital, and police. But in this case, I had the impression that we were paying for the school taxes, regional district taxes, hospital, assessment, the whole list of things. And that was a revelation to me. I've been on council for 14 years. And if you look at the history, which says permissive tax exemption stuff comes up almost every year, and there are even motions on the floor that were passed by past councils waiving the school, Well, it was a revelation to me that we actually seemingly paid these other taxes. Mm-hmm. So I wrote this thing. Then we had a massive intervention by staff, ruined my Friday morning. Because I had spoken to Melissa, and Melissa had, of course, been on a well-deserved vacation, and her staff did a great job preparing something. But Melissa checked some stuff. And I want to turn it over to Melissa and Kevin because, at least for me, for 14 years, I've been operating from a incorrect paradigm about this, and I'm going to say I think we all have. So if I may just ask Melissa to share what she has found out.
Absolutely. Thanks, Councillor Parslow.
So, through your worship to council, it's always interesting learning something new and digging a little bit deeper. So when we started to look at this this permissive tax exemption, we focused on the grants that we provide for the cultural organizations and recreation and social service specifically. So we, in 2025, the municipal tax portion that was exempted for those properties was just under 200,000. Now, if those properties hadn't received a permissive tax exemption, 72,000 would be owed related to other taxing authorities. But I'm going to take that 72,000 and really split it into two groups because they're treated differently. So we all know a portion of taxes is related to municipal, and then there's another portion that's related to two requisitions we receive from the RD. And then there's school tax, municipal finance authority, and BC assessment authority. So the first category with school tax, municipal finance authority, and the British Columbia assessment authority, we are given a rate by them. And so we apply it based on the assessment on all the properties within the municipality. Specifically with permissive tax, when we give a permissive tax exemption for a property, that taxable value of that property then becomes zero. And so zero on any rate is still zero. So specifically for school, MFA, and BCAA, when we grant a permissive tax exemption, there's no remittance made for those other authorities because they're exempt. And so that's why you're seeing on the 2025 PT exemption that that 45,000 was not paid. It's just not owed because the taxable value is zero. Alternatively, with the regional district, with the two requisitions, they request a dollar figure in their requisition. And so what we do is we take that dollar value and we turn it into a rate. And that's required just with the process that's been established. And so what we do with that RD rate is it's spread across the municipality. Now, those properties are still exempt, but what you could say is that the liability that would be owed for those RD requisitions is spread out amongst all the other assessment related to the RD. Because those dollars are still owed, and it's just all the other taxpayers within the municipality pay it for any property that we permissively exempt. And so that's why you're going to see that's the 27,000 there. And so just when we look at in a decision on municipal versus the other authority and wanting to potentially change the process, it's just something to consider that I don't think maybe has ever been broken down this way to council, or at least not in any of the documents that I was able to review as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Melissa.
You're welcome.
And thanks, I guess, Councillor Parslow for bringing this forward as well. So it's.
So based upon Melissa's research, my big concern, it was washed away.
Yeah,
Right.
so no real actions.
However, it still resonates with me when we passed the motion previous council meeting as it relates to development, okay? The mechanism, they will have to still pay all their other taxes.
Yeah.
And there's a way that's covered off through issuing of a certificate and so on. right? So,
Yeah.
so I just raised it, and I think the staff side and the elected side here will now be operating with a better understanding. So it was well worth raising, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks,
Thank
Councillor
you.
Parslow. Melissa, you wanted to?
And I can add to clarify with council on that is that the School Act really allows for that any of exemption given under the community charter, that it automatically applies for school taxes. But then the School Act includes, that says, except for any exemption granted under Section 226, which Section 226 is the revitalization tax exemption. Just so council's clear on that, that we are okay with the way that that bylaw was structured, and that will still work that way, but not for permissive.
Thank you. I think that was our intent too, when we did the revitalized tax, that it was for the municipal portion only. So, yeah. Okay, well, thank you. Thanks for bringing that forward, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion on it? No, all right. Next, 5.2, I guess would be maybe 5.3 now, but memo from Councillor Parslow, request to waive Council Policy 2026 FCM conference attendance. So, Councillor Parslow.
I'd like to move that the memo from myself, the request to waive Council Policy -2026 FCM conference attendance be received for discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor McDonald. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried.
If I can speak to
Go ahead, Councillor
this.
Parslow.
I think that you'll all remember that I shared that the next FCM is in Edmonton. Since I've been on council, I believe there have been 2 FCM conferences held in Alberta, in Edmonton, and one in Vancouver. And council has been open for councillors to attend. I think it's important for everyone to have some exposure to FCM. It's thanks to FCM, for instance, that we get the gas tax rebate, which is a major amount of things. But also, we can get into our little bubble here, and I think getting exposure to what's going on in Canada as a nation is important. I was shocked at the cost. Personally, I do think that when we went to Edmonton, at least, I can't say about Vancouver, we went in a carpool, so the airfare, there was, I think everybody went in a car, and we had full car loads. But I would just like my colleagues who have not attended FCM at all to have that option. I would not exercise that option. I've been to FCM in Quebec, Winnipeg, Edmonton, Vancouver. But I wouldn't be going because of but I still support us having some broader presence than currently allowed for, on the assumption that people would carpool. So I'm not making any further motion, but I'm just giving you that as background information. In other words, I would not go because of the cost, but I really think it's important everybody have an option when it's close like this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I'm just curious where Councillor Parslow is proposing the cost difference to come from. What budget would you take it from?
There's no motion on that. This is just for discussion.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I'm just wondering where, right? Because we've discussed a couple of times this year that our conference budget is maxed out right now. So I'm just wondering where we would make up the difference. That's all.
So through your worship, it would just be an increase to the 26 budget for council for that particular line item. And could be something that if council, we bring it through into the budget process and then make decisions at that time.
Just see where that would
With
be.
the part of the big picture.
Councillor Doell?
Thank you, Worship. And sorry, I wasn't, I would support this motion, that we increase our presence at FCM. I see great value when we attend NCLGA. I see great value when we attend UBCM. I truly believe, not having gone to FCM myself, but the value there and just the opportunity to network with communities from across the nation would be of vital importance. Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor Doell. I'm wondering too, like, I know next year it's in Edmonton, but I'm wondering, like, if we look at maybe moving forward, that it's, 2 delegates that go to FCM and it could rotate through if others want to. I mean, I've been twice in the 3 years, and there's a lot of value for sure to have 8 people there. I mean, being close in Edmonton, I could maybe see, but it's not similar to where UBCM, where you have session after session, like one person can easily attend everything. There's not meetings and a lot of other things that would happen at, so, I would support maybe changing it to, maybe 2 people moving forward, or looking at the cost of that for the future, but I don't know. I guess the other thing too is I potentially won't be attending next year either, just because I got some other things coming up around that same time. So I'll need somebody to go on my behalf, and Councillor McDonald or Parslo's not as well. So yeah, so I guess from here, do you need direction probably for budget?
So through your worship, nothing needs to be decided today, but if you don't want to lose sight of this item, then you could certainly refer it to budget. Registration for UBCM it doesn't need to be determined until the new year. So got lots of time to sort it out. But if you just want to move this item to budget discussions, or however you wish to proceed.
Then that would be, so I guess could we make a motion to move it to budget discussion, but also to look at our policy on attendance at conferences, to potentially look at what the cost would be to add one more person to the FCM? Yeah, okay. This next year too is being an election year as well.
So, Your Worship, in the memo, there is an estimated cost. Now, this is for Edmonton, and of course, if it's on the other side of the country, those costs, would be adjusted a little bit. But so, really, we have to ballpark a per person each year because the location changes. But you're looking at probably, like say, anywhere between $2,500 and $3,500 per person
For next year.
Well, and even if you adjust the policy, you're probably $3,000 plus per person, for that adjustment.
Yeah, and I think it had in here the total cost for just this year was almost $4,600 because it was in Ottawa.
Okay.
It was $4,670. So
Yeah, so it can
if you were to add one
get
person,
expensive, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So okay. So you do, if we want to see it at budget discussion, you do need a motion then, or right now?
I think, Your Worship, just so we don't lose sight of this item, it would be good to have direction of putting it somewhere.
Okay. Councillor Earl?
I'll move that we refer the item to the budget discussion.
Second, Councillor Kemp. Any discussion on that? No? Okay. I'll call that motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next, we have 5.3 memo from Councillor Parslow, request to invite BC Housing to present to council.
Make the motion that council invite representatives from BC Housing to attend a future council meeting to provide a presentation on programs and services offered through BC Housing, including the allocation process for supported housing, the supported rent supplement program, and any potential service gaps or limitations in availability that may be impacting low-income and marginalised individuals in Dawson Creek and the surrounding area.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor Apollonio. Any discussion? Is there, just maybe over to you, Kevin, is there another ministry that's involved in this? Because I know BC Housing looks after a certain portion of just the building part, but then, you know, would they cover all of these requests?
Well, through your worship, I think it's a good place to start. I'm not 100% sure right off the top, but I think talk to them, and if they suggest that we need to approach anybody else, then we can. But
Okay, I was thinking if you knew somebody offhand, we could invite them both, but yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow.
Okay,
Under the Ministry of Housing, so that would be the ministry that oversees the Crown Corporation.
Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
so if I can speak to this, as you all know, I support a number of agencies in the community who are supporting marginalised people, challenged individuals, and so on. And they have told me that it's their impressions that our community here is not getting its proportionate share of programs. I've talked to you before that there's major gaps in service delivery in this community, major communication problems. To try to stem that somewhat, I'm suggesting that we invite appropriate personnel from BC Housing to give a comprehensive presentation to us so that we can be better informed of how we can support our various agencies and our role in the delivery of some of these things. I know we have to provide a lot of data, but I think we need an education piece. So this, I'm suggesting, would be a committee of the whole meeting where we have a good period of time for a presentation and a time to vent any frustrations we have with past dealings, if we have any of them, and also to learn so that we can be stronger advocates for our community. So I have been in conversation with a person who comes to this community from BC Housing. I've had a good 2 or 3 conversations with her, and but somebody giving the presentations would have to be senior to her. And I've had correspondence from the senior guy, and I needed a motion of council to enable this to happen.
Okay.
So that's why I presented it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? No. All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Any other new councillor business? Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to give a shout out to Tumbler Ridge for their successful 25th Emperor's Challenge they did this past weekend. It was the last time running on the Babcock Mountain, and it's such an amazing mountain run. It put Tumbler Ridge on the map, definitely helped boost their economy, and I was fortunate enough to do 15 of those runs. So hopefully it will continue next year, and hopefully they'll find a new spot to do that crazy run.
Perfect. Thanks, Councillor Kemp, and congratulations. Councillor Parslow.
Well, I think I would be remiss if I didn't say a word of appreciation to staff and I think primarily Ryan's leadership. Many of us went and toured the arena and the repurposing of the Kin Arena. Personally, I was really excited about what I saw being done with that new flooring and all the potentials for our community. And I really loved the color schemes, the improvement to the building. But then when I went to the Memorial Arena, that place is getting really looking smart. The color scheme, again, primarily using the city colors, is a great idea. And it's also good to see the preventive maintenance work that's going on. And I feel very confident that we have a strong maintenance, preventative maintenance program in particular at that Memorial Arena, which is a core piece of the infrastructure. And I do think the potential for the use of the Inventive Centre for ice sports as well, it just makes a total, I think it's a very good move that this council has put forward here. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion, Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. Building on what Councillor Kemp was there, I actually had the opportunity to go to Dog River First Nations Rodeo 2 weekends ago, and it was actually absolutely staggering to see probably 1,000 participants and fans, people watching there to see that event. I was absolutely blown away by the size and just the quality of the rodeo. Congratulations to them on hosting what my understanding was the largest amateur rodeo in BC.
I heard that too.
Yeah. So congratulations to them and well done.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Any other new councillor business? No? All right. Next order of business 6, adoption of minutes. 6.1 minutes of regular meeting of council held on July 14th, 2025 for adoption. Councillor Kemp, second Councillor McDonald. Call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 6.2 minutes of the public hearing held on July 22nd, 2025 for adoption. Councillor Apollonio, second Councillor McDonald. Call that to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next, 6.3, we have minutes of the special meeting of council held on July 22nd, 2025 for adoption. Councillor Kemp, second Councillor McDonald. Call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Any business arising? No? All right. Next, correspondence 8.1. We have a letter from Marquita and Brad Lepke, residents of Dawson Creek, received on July 11th, 2025 regarding a request for chainsaw carving donation from the district to Chetwynd for installation in Lepke Park. Councillor Parslow.
I'd like to move that we make an inquiry of the District of Chetwynd about the availability of a chainsaw carving for placement in Lepke Park.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor McDonald. I can speak a little bit to this. Just on one of my open door days, Marquita actually came in and spoke to me about this. So, yeah, they just are looking for something in the park. They also realize that it will need some kind of base, and that's something they're willing to do or be part of. Like they realize there's a bit more to it. So I think it was something that they discussed amongst their family. So yeah, I'm going to just share that. Any other discussion? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next, 8.2, we have letters from residents of 110th Avenue, Dawson Creek, July 14th, received on July 14th, 2025 regarding the resident concerns regarding proposed splash park location near Kin Park. Councillor Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to make a motion that we receive these for discussion.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Second, Councillor Kemp. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried.
So the only question I have is point 3 of the letter there, where it says that we are actually putting in piping and that already for the splash park as part of this. Is that true?
So through your worship, that was the plan. What the update I have is that it doesn't look like that'll be done this fall. We're still waiting on approval, or we would need approval from Northern Health. The idea was that there was some potential savings in cost if we did it through this contract at the same time, but it looks like we're going to have to wait.
And just to follow up on that, we have now reached out to Northern Health to get an approval for Splash Park. Is that what you're saying then?
I'm going to look to Devin to that because actually I don't know. I just know that we would need.
Deer in the headlights there, Devin.
Sorry, thank you. Through your worship. Yeah, we have the splash park out for tender currently.
Mm-hmm.
We've been having conversations with Northern Health. We don't have a design yet. So this tender that's out right now would be to work with a splash park supplier to provide a design, and then we would be going to Northern Health for permit approval. But we have been having conversations with Northern Health. They're aware it's coming. This would be the first recirculating splash park in Northern Health's authority. So they have been communicating, we understand, with other health authorities that have familiarity with it. And we have put a lot of weight in this tender on splash park suppliers that have experience with recirculating splash parks, especially with health authorities that have worked with them in the past.
Okay.
So I guess the short answer is no.
No.
We don't have a water line there, but we were looking for opportunities for some cost savings. The other side is if we were to get a water line to the other side of the road, had we done it, and even if the splash park didn't go ahead for whatever reason, there's always the potential that there may be a need for washrooms or something like water on the other side of the road. So again, that was kind of the perspective we were taking, but it's not going to happen at this point.
Well, it makes sense. I think having it all dug up already, we're digging that whole area up, right? So.
Yeah.
Councillor Parslow.
Well, I recognize the concerns of these residents and others I know who have not sent in a letter. But I think it's important staff share some of the adjustments that you are, in fairness, right? Full information, possible mediation, mitigation is the word, not mediation, mitigation of the traffic parking issues that you showed me the other day. I think a few words would show that at least traffic flow situation might be improved by what is being contemplated.
Yeah, so through your worship, we don't have a drawing here, do we? No. Yep. Oh, Tab's got one? Oh, well, there you go. So what you're looking at there is the 9th Street and 110th intersection. And so at that intersection, you'll see a raised crosswalk at the left of the intersection, and then you can see where it says future parking lane bump outs there. So it will be widened on either side of 9th Street along 110th for a fairly significant stretch that will allow for parallel parking, so an additional lane where vehicles can pull off to the side. What we're looking at right now is just working with the contractor to whether that'll be done this fall or if that's going to be a next year thing. We have to look at the timing and what makes sense from time of year, getting it paved, all of that. But that's the intent to do that and provide additional parking spaces.
Just further to the parking, can you speak? I noticed when I was down there the other day, there's some stuff happening where the old playground was too. Is that being
Yeah.
converted into some parking as well?
Yeah, so down there, they will, I believe they've already removed the old playground and cleaning up that center portion, and that will be parking as well. And then we will have access to the old tennis court parking as well. That probably needs to be touched up, but.
Yeah. Yeah, just to add on the old tennis court one, once the hospital is built, they're extending their parking lot at the building across, so they won't tie up that parking lot anymore. Northern Health, so. Okay. Councillor Sudnick?
Thank you, Worship. Just a question for clarification, I guess, is that those future parking lanes, that's not really adding any more capacity, that's just moving the existing capacity off the street a little ways. So you're not adding anything more, you're just trying to alleviate some congestion, so what about the extra parking?
So the concerns are that there's not enough room to get through when people are parked there. So what we're intending to do is widen it out so that there is room for people to get through. I think there's enough parking if it was wide enough and you had people parked all along the curb line, I think there's sufficient room. But we had looked at whether angle parking, but we just didn't feel that was the best outcome. So we're looking at parallel parking. But.
Thank you.
Just before I go to any other councillors, Devin, did you want to add something?
Yeah, through your worship, I was going to add the future parking lane. It should have about 40 to 50 vehicles in there. We extended that refuge area at the intersection just to make the intersection a little quieter. And yes, it does the parallel parking gets the vehicles off the street, so it's safer and it feels safer for two-lane traffic and it's proper width. In terms of the parking lots, we've added parking into the east parking lot where that old playground was. We've extended parking. There's parking kind of when you first come in. We'll be turning that into a one-way only loop, and then we've included parking on the bottom of that slope as well. So I think there's about 20 extra stalls there. And then the west parking lot by the old tennis courts, we're looking at expanding that, making it a better shape. Right now it's kind of a weird tapered shape. We should be adding quite a bit more parking there. So between those three formalized parking areas, there should be enough.
Thanks, Devin. Councillor Parslow?
Well, yeah, regardless of a splash pad, all this stuff is needed because without the splash pad, I've seen some pretty congested areas there, especially when baseball is going on. And I'm going to suggest also, very positive, that the new playground at that location and the new playground at the Mile Zero Park are drawing a lot of users. And so you've got potentially more cars being there because of the newness and the excellence of those new playgrounds. So regardless of splash pad, this is an improvement for traffic flow. But as Councillor Sudnick said, additional parking is critical in this area because there won't be sufficient, I don't think, on those 10 or 12 hot days we have a year. Thank you.
To add to Councillor Parslow, just on the congestion there too, I've noticed too, just on the walking trails, like having the new playground and the pickleball and the basketball, like it's good that we have that trail system network through our community because that is getting used a lot more too. So not only as parking, but you're seeing a lot more traffic through there too. So it's nice we have that infrastructure to support it as well. So, Councillor McDonald?
On that point, that's a valid point, right? As that becomes a good quality parking lot, that's going to create more usage as well as people are wanting that hub parking lot for using the trail, right? Those that come in out of town to park, that'll be even more congestion there. That's a good point. My question was on the old tennis courts. What is our intent with those? You talked about the parking lot. Are we... I see good usage basketball-wise right now as well. Previously, we talked about resurfacing that somehow. Are we still going down that road?
So you got an idea on that, Devin?
So through your worship, good question. We are waiting to see what the the I guess, impact of the sewer trunk main project was going to be. It looks like we're, by the end of next week, we should be about halfway across. It doesn't look like there's going to be much impact at all to the playing surface. We didn't want to do anything there until we figured out, if we'd lose a quart or two or lose 10 feet kind of thing. Ryan has a plan, I believe, for some resurfacing and cleaning that facility up, but it was all kind of on hold until we got past it with this big 6 meter deep trench that we're doing. Once we get there, there'll be a plan. I believe you're probably going to see some concepts for next year for that area. I want to speak to this three-way as well here, this intersection. This is, we did a traffic study, and we're going to be converting this to a three-way stop control from flow-through and only single stop and flow-through. So with the advent of the raised crosswalk and three-way stop control, that should also help traffic. Currently, ambulances are going down 111th Avenue for the current hospital. When the new hospital is built and commissioned, they'll be going down 112th Avenue. There's not a lot of large truck traffic here, so this is a really good spot to, with the addition of the raised crosswalk, people shouldn't be jamming on the gas as soon as they hit that three-way stop, and it should slow traffic down and make it a little calmer here and a safer place for pedestrians to cross.
Thanks, Devin. Were you done, Councilor McDonald?
Sure.
Wow, that was hesitant. All good. Councillor, actually, before I open to Councillor Parzo, I didn't see this in this letter, but can you refresh me? Because did you do some community networking or engagement on, not on the splash park, but on something? I thought I read somewhere that you did something and some of this was brought up to your concerns.
So through your worship, when these concerns were brought up is when I went on site with our construction team and our design team to do the sewer trunk main. We did engage quite heavily with the community when we did the Parks and Rec master plan. And this is why they're saying, I did mention to the residents then, because the plan was to do the water line. The idea was while we have everything ripped up, we'll do the water line. What we've seen now is we've confirmed with the contractor, part of this design assist process is that we can directionally drill that water line with very little disturbance to like that intersection.
Oh, okay.
And so that's why we were looking to push it on to the splash park contractor instead when we know a little more and it's firmed up.
Okay. Thanks.
We have since sent 2 resident letters as well to the residents there for updates on that project, traffic patterns, things like that, because the project is moving ahead. The sewer trunk main project is moving ahead a little faster than we anticipated.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parslow.
This is an opportunity to get a little dig in at staff.
Yes.
They know I respect them very much. But I'm kind of amused, maybe amused is the wrong word, enthralled by the fact that we have now in the city having a raised crosswalk. I've been asking about those for years, over a decade, and was always told that in the winter they become a hazard for snow clearing. So what has changed so that staff has now seen the light and is now about to install one?
Look at the camera when you. Well, I think I can answer. It took how many years have you sat here?
Yeah.
14 years.
It took 14 years of you talking about it. No.
Breaking the wall down.
Yeah.
So through your worship, there's a couple answers to this. One, it could be climate
Just the
change.
truth, the whole truth, nothing
Yeah.
but the truth, please.
Or it could be the fact that I've lost control of my staff.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're lucky you got a good staff.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. It's very good. So yes. Yeah, so we'll give it a go. I knew as soon as I saw that, I knew this question was coming.
Well, I saw it last Friday when we were chatting, and I appreciated that. I'm glad that calling you Tap, my relative's Tab, had that on ready for the screen.
Yeah.
But obviously you've seen the light, so we won't dwell on that. It's just taken a long time to see that light. But on a more serious note, I said to you, what about another one closer to where the existing tennis courts are? And have you had a chance to reflect on that?
Yeah, through your worship. Were you thinking raised crosswalk
Yes,
close to the tennis
same,
courts? So there is plan, we don't have it on the screen, but on that 10th Street intersection, 110th, there is a plan to put a formalized crosswalk in there. One thing that I was going to mention about this raised crosswalk and why this location is specific, and Public Works may disagree, but I believe we clear this road fully with loaders. We use 2 loaders in the hospital area where everywhere else we use graders and loaders. That gives the ability, graders go up and over and then drag the blade through, whereas loaders can carry the profile of the speed hump. And that is a big difference in snow clearing and allows us on this route here. Now, Joe Hawkins may be shaking his head at me, but I'm going to put myself out there and say that's why we chose this location specifically for a raised crosswalk.
Thanks, Devin. All right, any other discussion on the letter? Okay, I think I just maybe want to add, like, I appreciate these residents putting these letters in too as well. I think it's good for us to see this. And maybe we did underestimate a little bit the popularity of the public pickleball and tennis courts and volleyball and the playground. But for me, when I go by there and you see 40 or 50 or 60 families of all, of all nature out there, it's to me that's community and it's bringing people together. So I understand that it's adding maybe more to the front porch of some individuals, but I mean this is a great community hub and it's getting utilized, and I've heard there's a lot of good. So I just wanted to thank them for taking their time to submit this. So. All right, anything else? No? All right, next is 8.3, letter from Sheena Haaf, Executive Director, Nawican Friendship Center, received on July 17th, 2025, regarding recognition of International Overdose Awareness Day, received on August 31st, or not received, on August 31st, 2025. Councillor Parslow?
I'd like to move that the city flag be flown at half-mast on August the 29th to September the 2nd, 2025, as a symbol of remembrance of those lost to overdose and in solidarity with the families and communities affected by this ongoing crisis.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor McDonald. Discussion?
If I can just comment there, Sheena includes in her letter that it reads locally, Dawson Creek recorded 169 overdose-related emergency calls in 2024. An alarming number for a community of our size. Behind each of these calls is a person, a friend, a family member, a neighbor. I'm sure we all know people who have succumbed to this, died as a result of overdose. And having attended some debriefs around situations such as this, it touches not only family members, but all the support workers working to help these people live a better life. Mm-hmm. So it's a real sadness for every community, but we have it here as well, significantly. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to Nawican for sending us this. I'm in favor of this. I just want to confirm through you to staff, Your Worship, that this is not going to be contrary to the existing flag policy or anything like that. I know we passed an updated one last year. I don't recall in that there was any policy around when the flag would be flown at half-mast, but I wanted to make sure we weren't going to have to do an
So
end run
through your
around
worship,
that.
it's not contrary to the policy. It's not within the policy. This isn't one of those items. But yeah, it's not contrary. We have the ability to lower the flags if we do. One thing of note is that if we lower the municipal flag, typically if you've got the provincial and Canadian flags or flags flying with them, they want them all being consistent. So this would mean lowering those flags. We did check on that to see if that was okay. We do have some discretion to lower the Canadian provincial flags on municipal property. So if council's okay with that, that's what we would be doing in this particular case, so you have consistency.
Okay. Thank you. I just like a comment on this. I'm not, opposed at all to the event, and I think it's amazing to bring awareness, like I spoke to this morning. I did talk to Sheena when she was here, also read out in the proclamation that there's also the opportunity to light buildings. So I'm not opposed to doing this, but I also thought of maybe just lighting the K-PAC building up in the purple color instead of doing the half-mast. And my only thoughts were, I guess, Councillor Earl brought up in the flag policy, but I think if we open the door for offering this half-mast for this, we should probably look at our policy because we're going to start getting more requests. There's a lot of very good recognition days that done through the year. I think there's probably 3 or 4 a month. So if we're going to open the door to this, it's not that I'm opposed to this. I'm just we've lit up the K-PAC and for multiple different things in the community. So seeing that it's in the request, I asked Sheena this morning what her thoughts were. She's like, oh yeah, she's like either one would be, a value of recognition for this event. And I'm not downplaying what they're doing. I get this, and it is critically important. But I'm also, leery of opening this up. So personally, I just wanted to throw that out there maybe for discussion, but I'm not against this, but I'm more in favor of doing the K-PAC building than I am of doing the flags. Solo. Councillor Earl?
I'm fine with either, Your Worship. I think on balance, probably the K-PAC building being lit up would probably get more attention and raise more questions rather than a few people who will notice the flags at half-mast, but I would ask my colleagues for their thoughts.
Okay. Councillor Parslow?
Whenever the flag is, Canadian flag is flown at half-mast, many people ask me why. They notice. And sometimes I have to phone here and find out why. But at least he votes some commentary, right? So if there's appropriate communication goes out about why we're doing it, I think lowering the flag is quite impactful.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Sudnick?
Thank you, Your Worship. I am open to either, with agreeing with you. It's a slight preference more towards lighting up K-PAC than lowering the flags. I think.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Sudnick. Just made me think of something, Kevin. I know we've had discussions in the past about, I know the city building is looking fairly tired on the outside, and I don't know when that will ever come to the budget to get repainted or refinished, but at that point, was there been any discussion about potentially having that lighting option on the city? Because I think would be a pretty big statement if we had that feature on the city.
Yeah, through Your Worship, it's definitely on the radar. Ryan and I have talked about it a couple of times. I think it's probably in the next 2 years. I don't think it'll be next year. But I think with today's technology, with LED lighting and all that, it's pretty inexpensive and effective if that's something we want to do. So I don't think that's terribly difficult if we wanted to have some lighting options on City Hall.
Yeah, maybe just if you wouldn't mind adding that to when you're talking about painting, or maybe it's something that could be done before, but if it could, I would like to see that on the budget for next year. All right. Oh, Councillor Parslow?
Well, on that same topic, we have talked over the years around the use of laser lights. We did it once or twice at the art gallery. It was really effective. And you can also, I understand the technology is such, not just is it different lights and different patterns, but if you have a message, right, you can have that built into the laser show.
Yeah.
So that might be even a better solution. I mean, painting is fine, but I think the use of the laser lights for Christmas time, seasonal times, but maybe if there's some important acknowledgement of something.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? Just thinking about this too, I'm going to vote just to oppose to this because not that I'm against the this at all. I just think that it would be better to light the K-Pack, and I feel like if we're going to lower the flags for something, that we should relook at our policy and have something in our policy around half-mast and the flags, but it's just where I sit, so. With any more discussion, I'm going to call this to vote. One more. Vote is closed. It's carried. 2 opposed, Councillor McDonald and myself. I'm just going to call a 2-minute quick break, and then we'll come right back in. So, council meeting for Monday, August 11th, back to order. Next order of business was 8.4, letters from Gladys A. Trill, NCLGA President, North Central Local Government Association, received on July 17th, 2025, regarding 2025 2026 NCLGA membership renewal letter and invoice. Councillor McDonald?
Just for that, I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead and pay this invoice from NCLGA.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Second, Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion? Councillor Earl, were you just, okay. Councillor Parslow?
I'd be interested to discern from Councillor McDonald what he sees as the benefits of belonging to NCLGA now that you're on the executive.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Councillor Parslow, through your worship. The joint advocacy ventures that we get as being a part of NCLGA and the further communication of the needs of the rural north from east to west and even all the way down to 100 Mile House is of great importance to us all, especially when it comes to the points of healthcare, public safety, and just making sure our collective voice is heard by the provincial government in Victoria, and we are not a forgotten part of the province.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Thanks, Councillor Parslow.
A supplementary question. How would you say let's go?
Councillor Parslow?
No, I mean, I'm always asked these things, so I thought I'd hear from the horse's mouth, so to speak. But on a more serious matter, because you did remind me about the partnerships and so on. And one thing that I think you and I have talked about on a trip somewhere, I noticed that a number of communities, they twin with another community. And one of the things that really is important is unifying the North to be that strong advocate. And here we are, this is where LNG comes from. And I'm wondering if there's something for the NCLGA to put forward. But it seems to me having a twin city within the North, that we really do things intentionally for people to understand let's say Prince Rupert and its importance to the Northeast and the importance of the Northeast to Prince Rupert, that sort of thing, you know what I mean? I mean, other communities, other councils, they have a twin city in Japan or Korea. I'm not necessarily, I don't disagree with that, but I'm thinking about strengthening the North, how NCLGA could perhaps facilitate that.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I think that is a great idea from Councillor Parslow. I'm more than willing to take that back to our executive. I completely agree, and especially right now, more than ever, as we talk about expanding this province's markets to more of a global level and interprovincial, all of that, I think it's a very opportune time to bring the relationships and the realization that the Port of Prince Rupert exists because of the Northeast natural resources and the need to get our resources to market, and how it is such an absolute partnership for the prosperity of the North, prosperity of this province, and even prosperity of the nation, of those relationships and making sure they function well. And there is good realization that it needs good partnerships and good cooperation together. I'm more than willing to take that idea back.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next order of business 9 reports. 9.1, we have report number 25-130 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2026-2027 permissive tax exemption report selecting participants. Councillor Parslow.
I move the report number 25-130 from the CFO, read 2025-27 permissive tax exemption report, selecting participants to receive for discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor McDonald. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, I'd like to move that Council direct staff to invite the Dawson Creek Native Housing Society to present to Council at the September 8th, 2025 Council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Second, Councillor Kemp. Any discussion? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. So I guess we're in for discussion. So we have a recommendation 3 that has multiple different avenues there, Melissa?
Through your worship, would it help council if I just did a brief walkthrough on the rubric and the work that was done for that?
Please.
Okay. So when we started looking at permissive tax last year when I first started and looking at the criteria, the application that was currently on file for all the applicants didn't really align with the criteria. For example, asking if they engaged with other local agencies, how many days they were even open, items like that. So what we did this year is we created a supplemental application, and that was included in the report, and it specifically aligned with the criteria for the social service organizations, the recreation and cultural, with the criteria that's outlined in the current policy. And so based on the answers that organizations provided, the answers weren't vetted, they weren't scrutinized, whatever they answered, if the organization felt they provided a comprehensive service versus, I think the other option was just some services, that's the way they were graded. And so if we take as an example for what type of service, if it was comprehensive, they would get 2, and if it was just some services, they would get 1. And so for the first time, the data was organized in a way so that council can see how they're vetted against the criteria that council adopted within the current policy. And so their answers are provided in the rubric. The rates that are in Schedule A and B are what was previously approved last year for the, because the new organizations aren't part of that Schedule A or B currently. And so some of the percentages probably aren't going to be the same from the rubric, but both sets of data were provided to council to analyze and have the information for.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any discussion? I mean, we're in discussion, right? So we can discuss, yeah. I guess one, just for me, and I'm just looking through these, option 2, removing Nawican's property at 1320 102nd. Is this the one that's not being utilized right now because they're just waiting for a building? So if we were to remove this, then they would then be paying taxes on that building?
Yeah, through your worship, yeah. It just currently, because it's not being utilized, theoretically, it's not meeting the criteria of providing services within that facility. Last update we had, which has been some time, is that they were still engaged or waiting on some information from an engineer to determine what the viability of repairs are.
So just so everybody's aware, that building, they have some structural potential issues with it, so they're not utilizing it right now. So they're getting a study done to see if it can be fixed and repurposed, or if it has to come down. So they're not using it now, not because they're not intending to, or not. There's not a need for it. They're not using it because structurally it can't be used right now. Melissa?
And then just to draw attention for council's information, that is, we've had another organization that was removed this year as well because it wasn't used for service, and that's the 2 properties that have been exempted by the Salvation Army. And so they have been removed from the schedule right now, whereas Nawican remains on for a decision to council to make. But Salvation Army, I removed it given they made the choice to move, and so those 2 properties are currently listed for sale. And so just so council's aware of the difference between those 2, but both buildings, or all 3 really, 2 from the Salvation Army and 1 from the Nawican Friendship Center, are not being used to provide service.
So so those other 2 didn't come to council because they didn't need to?
Through your worship, I removed them based on the criteria and that they're not being provided for service, but I felt that Nawican maybe deserved some council discussion based off of just the different decisions maybe that made to both of those, or the 3 buildings not being used for service.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Councillor Sudnick?
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Melissa. I understand those Salvation Army buildings being removed, so thank you for doing that. That's fairly obvious. They've moved out of them and have listed them for sale, so that's their choice to do that. I think with the Nawican building, it's not their choice to be in the situation they are in with that building, so I would like, positively to see that building repaired or whatever is needed, so that they can get back to using that building as intended. I feel like taking out of the tax exemption on that is almost kicking them while they're down with a situation they didn't put themselves in purposefully, so thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sudnick. Just to what Councillor Sudnick spoke to, so if that's what, he was desired, do we need a motion saying that we don't want to remove them from permissive tax, or what do we need?
So through your worship, they're currently listed on Schedule B.
Okay.
And so if just no one made the motion to remove them, then they would remain on there.
Okay. If the first option was made.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Well, I have similar reflections as Councillor Sudnick, but there's also something else that, though, I'm wrestling with. Over the years, we've had situations of buildings and property being underused or needing a repair. If they're still paying taxes, it incentivizes them getting on with it. This thing could go on for years, and if they face a tax bill, it would probably stimulate a more rigorous attention to the work that might need to be done. Just offering that as a reflection and observation over the years, but I'm going to, for this year, support in keeping them on the list.
Would it make sense, like, from what Councillor Parslow speaking to, that I kind of agree with what he said? I agreed with something you said, Councillor Parslow.
Kevin agreed with something slide, now you.
But is it would it be the time to talk about that we could exempt them this year, but by next year we would need to see some direction, or just to give them a heads up that we might remove it next year so that they are then prepared for that?
So through your worship, might be an opportunity to just invite them and get an update have them come to the September 8th meeting. Just say they're on the list, but we just kind of want to know where it's going and what what they know. There's no harm in that.
So you would need a recommendation to invite them?
Yeah.
Councillor Parslow would like to make that recommendation. Sorry for speaking for you. I better have you say it. I'll make the recommendation that we invite Nawican for the September 8th meeting to discuss the permissive tax exemption and where they're at with their building on 1320, sorry, 102nd Avenue. Second, Councillor Kemp. Any discussion on that? No, I'll call that motion to vote. Thanks for the discussion. Thanks, Kevin, for Melissa. Thank you. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, so we still need a little bit more direction here. Yes. Councillor Parslow.
So I'd like to make the motion that council provide the exemptions as provided in Schedules A and B attached.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor Apollonio. Discussion.
This decision making as it relates to permissive tax exemptions must be made by early October or October the 1st, I forget. It's coming up very quickly. I am going to be making another motion in a moment because I have some real concerns about, as I've always have had, about permissive taxation. So, but I think we need it. We can't give people any reasonable notice of any changes right now. And so I think we go with the status quo. We've already made the decision around the Nawican. So I thought that this option was now timely to present to council to make a decision about.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Parslow.
Okay.
Any other discussion? No, I'll call this motion to vote. One more to vote, please. Vote is closed and it's carried. Councillor Parslow.
As some of you will know, this is one of those thorny things for me that don't go away. Right now, we have an unfettered permissive tax regime where we don't have any control other than decisions of saying yes or no. This council has faced massive increases in operating costs, as has many councils, due to inflation, but also for some situations out of our control. I'm always think about the dog control and so on, massive increases. We've got again, people wanting to be added to our permissive tax roll. Last year, we had an apartment complex which caters to the care of seniors. They came before council and were denied. And that was a tough decision for me because I'm very familiar with that organization. That's where my mother was looked after for 15 years. And so I really want to have another kick at the cat here. And I want to make this motion because I'm concerned about, there's so many things out of the control of council. I think we've got to get a bit of a better control of this permissive tax regime. So this is my motion. I'll read it slowly, okay? Move that staff make a presentation to council concerning the City of Fort St. John's process in handling permissive taxation, and how that or a similar system could be implemented in this city.
Is that it?
So that's my motion.
A second, Councillor Donald. I guess just to add to that motion, just if you're looking at Fort St. John specifically, would you not want the city team to look at maybe other options as well, not just limit it to one community?
Yes, if there are other cities that have a novel, that's good suggestion, but I'm not aware of any. That's all, but
Yeah.
yeah, sure.
Okay.
If you wanted to make that, I take it as a friendly amendment.
Yeah, I would think. I mean, it didn't come from, yeah.
Through your worship, just so we understand what you're asking, within your resolution, it says process and handling permissive tax exemption and how that or similar systems.
Yes.
Would that cover not only Fort St. John, but perhaps other municipalities?
I think so. You're good with that?
Well, that's actually what I said, but I mean, I thought you wanted it more black and white.
No, because it was kind of contradictory. It said City of Fort St. John and then others, so I wasn't sure. If
We want you to know what Fort St. John does with excellence.
Yeah.
In my view, and how we could implement that or other ways of doing it.
Okay.
My only concern is this is open-ended. And, you know, with the tariff stuff and the provincial debt and stuff, we've got to get some lids on our expenditures as best as we can. Some things are out of our control. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll support the motion out of the spirit of, having a robust discussion on what is a very complicated issue. This is one of those things that, as Councillor Parslow noted, reemerges every year and leaves you kind of scratching your head and puzzled and frustrated because it really isn't black and white. There's a lot of nuance at play with respect to the value and the undeniable value these organizations provide for the community, the extent to which we as a municipal government need to be subsidizing it, and it is a subsidy, for lack of a better, it's not a direct subsidy, but we are foregoing revenue that then has to be covered off by other taxpayers. In recent years, we have endeavored to put some regulatory teeth into the process with respect to the questionnaire and ascertaining, getting reports back from the organizations benefiting from this so that we could, at the very least, ensure that the value was there for taxpayers. I think realistically what Councillor Parslow's suggesting is that there should be some cap on it. If we were to cap it, the amount, and then, tie the cap to a CPI increase, and then that allocated amount is split between the various organizations applying for it. That is, I think, the part in Fort St. John's process that is most he might be referring to. One thing I'm not keen on Fort St. John's process is that the exemptions are allocated, the funds that are in place of the exemptions, which is essentially grant, are allocated by a community nonprofit. I'm not in favor of council offloading our responsibility onto a volunteer committee. I think that's an abdication of our responsibility as government. People elected us to make tough choices. But I think there's probably, if as staff gets into this, is going to find there are as many nuanced policies on this, whether it's Quesnel, whether it's Terrace, whether it's Smithers. Each community is going to have its own regime that's grown up in increments over time. And we've revisited this every year. And I think the process we have in place is a good one. If your main concern is constraining the costs, the best or probably way forward is to cap the amount and then move forward from there. But I will support this in the spirit of having a more robust discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Earl. Is this something, Kevin, that you would see coming back in committee of the whole, so we could have like some real discussion around? Yeah. Okay. I just feel like there's a lot to it. The other thing is, I think when you look into it, I'd like to see what the admin time is on other solutions. I know this one comes every year, and it's always, it seems like a lot of work. So if there's something that, if there's something else that's out there, I would like to know as well, not only the benefits, but what that is to the timing of the team. So, okay, thank you. All right, any other discussion? I'm gonna call this motion to vote. Vote is closed, it's carried. Anything else on 9.1? All right, next 9.2, report number 25-118 from the city planner regarding Grandview Neighbourhood Concept Plan for Adoption. Councillor Sudnick.
Thank you, Worship. We'll move recommendation, report number 25-118 from the city planner regarding Grandview Neighbourhood Concept Plan for Adoption be received. Further, the council adopt the Grandview Neighbourhood Concept Plan as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Sudnick. Second, Councillor Kemp. Any discussion? Councillor Parslow.
Okay, under the side heading, intention and next steps, the first paragraph, the last sentence, states, it also presents a clear intention to any potential developer of what projects the community and council would support. Above that, section 11.0, residential and mixed-use areas, it states, clarification on the standard of affordable seniors housing recommended for this site. My problem here is I don't know the data as it relates to the need for affordable housing. Is it a myth or is it reality? I've only basing this upon my 15 or so years working on this area with the Dawson Creek Society for Community Living. My concern is that do we know? And I suggest we don't know. Are we intentionally excluding the option of a private, for-profit, senior care option similar to what is being provided in the city of Fort St. John? It's being built right now and is available in Peace River, Alberta, Grand Prairie, and many other communities. So I have real problems supporting this motion.
Good point. So I guess to clarify, does that limit us? Because what's affordable mean? Can we remove the word affordable? Because that opens it up to all seniors housing recommended. So, because I don't think the intent was just for affordable, it's for, yeah.
So through your worship, I just asked maybe if David can come up and just clarify just what is meant by that point, section 11, clarification on the standard of affordable seniors housing recommended for this site. So just where that came from and just what it exactly means. Thanks, David.
Go ahead, David.
Through your worship, that section there that you're mentioning as far as update to the draft NCP that made its way into the final version, which we're voting on today, that was included in response to certain comments from the community who wanted some assurance that whatever development in the plan would be, as you mentioned, affordable to potential seniors who might be of interest. I take your point there that potentially could limit access of certain developers who might be interested in the site. I guess what I would say was the broad intention there for including that statement, clarifying that definition, was that there was also certain community members who expressed concern that affordable might relate to supportive housing, similar to some that was provided by BC Housing. I think it's fair to say there was some things that the community had to say about that. So the clarifying definition that was included for affordable housing was recommended to be the CMHC definition of affordable housing, which is merely just that income spent on housing should not be more than 30% of overall expenses. But that wasn't in the original draft, so I'm sure that's something we could look at as well.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. You reminded me of the percentage. I have colleagues who have asked me, when are we going to have private, for-profit care for seniors? We're not talking about living alone in Chapel Hills, right? That's a seniors' gated village, but that's independent living. They're talking about where there's, sure, they all have their own place, but they go for meals, there's recreational programming, hairdressers on site, the whole kebab is happening at some of these good quality senior care homes, but they're very pricey. In Vancouver Island, Courtenay area, you'll be paying $6,000 a month, okay? I think in Fort St. John, the one is less, but it's got lesser services, but still very good services. I've heard figures of $4,000 a month, okay? And so I'm saying that people would like to see that option here. And so I don't want this Grandview thing to preclude, preclude that option. But also, my heart is if there is a real need for more affordable, if there is, I would go that route. Do you know what I mean? But I don't know, I don't have any data. And I don't want one option to be excluded in this document at this time.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. So if that was the case, could a motion be made to remove affordable?
So through your worship, council can certainly recommend that. I mean, I think from a staff perspective, they can correct me if I'm wrong, they're bringing forward what they've heard. It's through the process what we've heard, if council wishes to do that. The second thing is if we remove the word affordable, it doesn't prevent us from having affordable housing. It keeps that option open. The only thing it may is that the citizens who were engaged and provided the feedback, they may not feel great about it being removed, but again, it's leaving those options open for what? It's not saying no, it's just providing a broader range of options, perhaps.
Well, just to clarify, it wasn't in the first draft, so I'm assuming it's not a majority of the people, and I've heard a couple times that it was a few people that mentioned it. Was it like out of the, I guess, 250 people, was it just a few, or was it? Or do you know that? Sorry, Devin, I should guess turn the mic on.
Just to clarify, so if it wasn't in the first draft to the second draft, that may have been more to align with the OCP, as the OCP was being developed as well. But this is a vision and guiding document. It does not constrain council to do whatever council wishes to do here, and I think that's the big thing. OCPs do provide some constraint. You would have to go through an OCP amendment if you wanted to change land use or things like that, but this is just a guiding document. Just how you can pull affordable out and then build affordable, you can keep affordable in, and then if you find the right developer with the right plan, choose to go with it. This is simply just a vision and a guide for us to help bring direction in a certain path as we move forward.
Okay.
Does not constrain council one bit.
Okay, thanks, Devin. I think, I understand that for sure, but I still, I guess, after Councillor Parslow brought this up, it just made me think more about it. I would rather see the affordable removed, because then I know it's just a guiding document, but then at least it opens the door for anything. I think at the end of the day, this is a lot that's, owned by the community, and it was put out to those residents around there, and they want to see a seniors, facility. I wouldn't want to, I know you're not limiting it by a guiding document, but you are in a sense if somebody reads that and says, oh, it's affordable housing only, but. Councillor Parslow?
Well, I hate to rebuff staff on this topic, but let me reread what I read to you earlier. It also presents a clear intention to any potential developer of what projects the community and council would support. I rest my case.
So are you making a motion to remove affordable? Councillor Parslow?
I would I don't know if it works, but I would like to see, it states under 11.0, residential and mixed-use areas, clarification on the standard of affordable seniors housing recommended for this site. I'm wondering if we need any of that. What would that do? I mean, quite frankly, some of the public-supported seniors housing leaves a lot to be desired, right? As well, I wouldn't. Some of the places when I was active in the church, I used to visit in different communities. The standard was terrible. So I don't know. It's I don't know how you'd rewrite it, but I don't want to see the word affordable until we know what the the data says, right?
Yes.
So I would like to move that it be struck from this report, the word affordable.
So was that a motion?
Yes.
I have a second. Councillor McDonald? David, did you want to, or I guess to that, Kevin, if that was completely struck, does that mean it just opens it up for anything, not seniors? If you strike that whole section, 11.0?
Good question.
I think, through your worship, what they're asking is just removing the word affordable out of it. So you're still talking about, again, the whole intent of the guide document is talking about seniors housing. So I think that still remains.
What I understand from what Councillor Parslow is saying, strike section 11.0 at its whole.
So just for clarity,
well, no, I'm worried about it, but I mean, to make it simple, if it reads clarification on the standard for seniors housing recommended for the site, well, that's what it stays, fine. The only flag point for me is the words affordable, really.
So just so I'm clear though, was your motion or your recommendation just to strike the word affordable?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
I mean, I'm all for it having a seniors focus there. It's just, I don't want the option of private removed.
Okay.
Through your worship, just for some clarity on the proposed amendment to the motion that was already on the floor and not voted on, that council adopt the Grandview neighborhood concept plan with the word affordable removed from the residential and mixed use areas as shown in section 11. Is that the intent of Councillor Parslow's?
Sure.
Okay.
And if everyone is unanimous to strike out that word, we can amend it without a formal amending motion.
Oh, so we don't even need the motion?
If everybody is unanimous, if not, we will have an amending motion on the floor.
Is everybody in favor? Councillor Kemp? Councillor Earl? Yeah. Okay. We are good. Thank you, Councillor Parslow, and thanks, Tab. All right, so.
Need to vote.
Oh, yes, we have a recommendation on the floor. Any other discussion? Any recommendation on the floor? No, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Ashton, is lunch here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna, we'll just end for lunch now and come back at 1 o'clock. 2025 back to order. Next order of business is 2.4 with Staff Sergeant Hughes, the Dawson Creek RCMP in attendance regarding Detachment Resource Report for July 2025. So I almost said good morning, but good afternoon and welcome to this fine Monday.
Well, thank you, Your
Appreciate
Worship.
taking the time to be here.
You would have only been 4 minutes off, so.
What's that?
An hour and 4 minutes, sorry.
Well, yeah, I know. So used to seeing you at 11 o'clock on the.
Yes,
So it's.
I've managed the change well, though.
Yeah.
It didn't cause too much stress, so thank you.
It'll make the afternoon seem very quick now, thinking it's 11 o'clock.
Hopefully. Let's see what happens here. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again for having me. Police report for July 2025. Our staff, we'll start off with our staffing and detachment resources. One member's light duties. This member's been light duties for quite a while and with no change in the foreseeable future. They are working 40 hours a week. They are he's at sergeant rank, so he is performing administrative duties as expected, and it doesn't cause any detriment to operations whatsoever. We have a member this month's gone on administrative duties following a critical incident that we had here a month or so ago. That member is receiving the support and treatment and everything else that they need. We have another member has gone off ODS, off-duty sick, and they're expected to return in late August or early September. We have 5 frontline constable positions that are vacant. Those are called hard vacancies. Vacancies where we have somebody coming back or expected back at some point are called a soft vacancy. Those are the vacancies we can't fill. And we have 1 GIS member on paternity leave. He had a healthy baby boy here just recently.
Awesome.
Under 7 pounds. So apparently that's good.
Small.
That's small, but everything's good. He's healthy. Mom and dad are happy. And yeah, he's helping out and doing what he should be doing and all that kind of stuff. I know when my daughter was born, my wife didn't change a diaper for a month. It was all me. So I'm very proud of that. Ready?
So have you offered that services to the constable then?
I did not actually. I've done my time, and the skill is there if it absolutely is needed, and the request has not been made. We'll move on to crime trend reporting. Yeah. No stolen diapers that I know of. So January, this is year to date from January to the end of July, a total of 4,897 calls for service. Compared to 48 last year, so very, very small increase of, it's about 1%. And the split, you can go through the numbers there, the split of the 4897, 3971 of those for calls for service within the city limits of Dawson Creek, and 925 calls for service were in the rural and surrounding areas, all the way from our border at the Taylor Scales to Alberta, down to Kelly Lake, and up towards Doe River. Total file count remains the same, but this obviously with these numbers, the calls for service in the city are increasing and the rural calls for service are decreasing. As far as stats, theft of vehicle has decreased from 71 to 55. Most of the ones that were getting stolen still are stolen with the keys. We just had another one this morning where someone lent their car to somebody else, 2025 Subaru, and they typically leave the spare fob in the glove box so that they don't lose it. So somebody, again, checking door handles, if the door opens with that automatic proximity, they know that there's a fob in the car, and away they went. So we're currently on the hunt for a 2025 Subaru this morning. Our theft from vehicles, they're on 80% is a huge increase. I had a look at these this morning. Of the 11 or 12 or so that were reported in July, the vast majority of these are wallets left in vehicles unlocked. One was a phone that was left in an unlocked vehicle. Two of the 11 were theft of license plates, and one was tools And an interesting one was the suspects used a grinder to cut the locks off a Frito-Lay truck and stole a bunch of chips. So I'm trying very hard not to smile when I said that. You all not helping? So I thought about that and thought, okay, I can't make light of that because it's chips, but I didn't get the support that I was looking for. Breaking into residents, breaking into business, we love seeing those decline. They're on a huge decline. The business B&Es are down 63%. There was only 2 in the whole month of July for B&Es to business, so we like that. Our assaults are up 18 over last year. It's an increase of 15%. Again, these are all of our assault files, whether it's assault with a weapon, aggravated assault causing bodily harm, anything with that kind of nature. And again, these files are, the vast majority of them, if not almost all of them, are groups of people that are known to each other. These aren't random assaults. So we're trying our best to deal with those demographics, those groups of people that feel that violence is the answer to deal with their problems, and we will continue to do so. Combined sexual offenses. I've changed the title of this month. It used to say sexual offenses or something. This is so changing it to combined sexual offenses, just so that anyone reading this can either question it or understand that this is anything to do with any sexual event or element in any way, shape, or form attached to it. So these are up 38%, so it's up 8 from last year. So we're into August here, so about 1 a month. So not a huge increase. The sexual offenses, it's one of those things where we want the public to become more confident and more at ease with coming to us with these. So while we don't like to see the number increase, there is a benefit to knowing that the community and the members of the community that are experience these types of crimes, these types of offenses, are feeling more and more confident in the police, in the city, whether it be council and our medical services, to come forward with these types of things. So
this combined, I know you've mentioned before, like the texting and social media ones. Is that included in this one? Like anything that's?
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
so
okay.
It's anything with any element of a sexual offense, voyeurism, sexting, anything like that. Any even criminal harassment files with a sexual nature to them will get secondary scored as a sexual offense.
Okay.
So anything and everything. Drug possession and trafficking, increase of 90. So we started out at the beginning of the year with, I think we were in the 300 or 400% increase. So that's flattening out a little bit as some of the houses that we are targeting have been dismantled, and working on that. So again, Casey Charles, the corporal in charge of general investigation section, continues to work on these and is doing an excellent job. Couldn't be happier. Our impaired driving is up simply due to enforcement. The enforcement measures that are out. The members, again, beginning of the year, we had a couple of members competing for a traffic job. And one of those members, our general duty members, was successful and got that. So the bonus of that is he has remained in Dawson Creek, working for BCI Patrol out of this office. So there's now 3 of them. And that pays dividends, as you can see, in the motor vehicle collision files. So they're down 13%. We'd like to see that down even more. But the more enforcement results in simply less crashes. Thefts and shoplifting are up. It's an increase of 44. Again, there's small groups of people that repeat, and they make this number grow really fast. And when they're not held in jail, it makes our life a lot more difficult. Mental health calls are up 21%. Again, we continue to work with the hospital. We're seeing another spike now just recently with people in the mental health ward because of the age of the hospital and some issues over there with access and fire doors and other things. People can leave the psych ward over there, so we'll bring somebody and they'll walk out the door and the nurses have been instructed and well advised not to confront them. And if they go out, they go out, and they call us to go and find them again. So again, very, very heavy on resources. And unspecified assistance, a decrease of 4% over last year. But we're still in the 564 files compared to 588 files. And those are those just general files that aren't necessarily police files, but we want those to come in. It's what gets our police cars into the neighborhood and the communities and in the back alleys and around the schools and the parks. And then moving on to files involving members of our unhoused community. It was very high in the beginning of the year, probably because of weather, and then flattened out a little bit. Back in April, it was up to 28, and then May, June, and July is 22, 12, and 9 respectively. So that keeps reducing. Something to keep in mind with this, with the unhoused, is it's a piece of text that I've asked our members to insert, and it's not the normal way that we do things. We use universal code scoring that's the same across the country. And there's no scoring code specific for the unhoused population. So we've asked the members when they're doing up their synopsis of their file to add the word, put the pound sign or hashtag and unhoused so that we can search it that way. So some of these do get missed. Our civilian staff, city staff, the watch clerks are really good at catching this and adding it in if it's been missed. So the numbers, I believe, are as accurate as they can be, but they may be off one or two. Citizen on Patrol, continue our work with those groups. They were out at the fall fair. Happy to see them there. We were supposed to have a recruiting push. I'll have to follow up this week and find out what happened with that recruiting push. The results of that was there. John Better was there most of the time, I think, and then other people came and went. I spoke to him on Saturday when I attended, and the members, our regular members that were in attendance, were doing a good job of stopping by and making sure that they were spoken to and included, and that's what we like. Violence suppression efforts, there is perhaps or possibly in the media there will be some mention of cutbacks or fiscal restraints towards police. Your Worship, I can assure you that our overtime violence suppression efforts and the surge capacity of those specialized units, should we need them, that's not considered part of any sort of fiscal cutbacks. Public safety will not be compromised as a result of any kind of cutbacks or fiscal restraint. So if there's any more details needed about that, I'm happy to answer some questions with the information that I have. But that's where we're at for July.
Perfect.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. I'll open it up for questions first. Councillor Parslow.
So I guess this question is about finance. Given the 5 vacancies in the current provision of RCMP officers, we should be accumulating a fair surplus in this budget. Do you have any idea where that budget is, Melissa?
Through your worship, actually, that's funny you ask.
What's that?
It's funny you ask.
Funny. Well, I'm always delighted to ask questions about budget, especially if there's surplus funds around for other projects.
Hold your excitement. Melissa and I actually chatted about that last week.
Okay.
And right now, we're not projecting a surplus.
What's that?
We are not projecting a surplus.
In spite of all these openings?
Yes.
Why is that?
I think Staff Sergeant could probably allude to it better than I could, but I suspect it's you've got significant overtime, and then some of the investigations that have taken place because some of the events would probably, put us in that position.
Maybe just go to Melissa first, Staff Sergeant.
Oh,
Very good.
So through your worship to Councillor Parslow, it is timely, as we just were talking about it Friday, and definitely some further, after talking with Kevin, further questions that I'll be having with our RCMP finance representative. But with each quarterly invoice, we do receive an estimated forecast, and it compares the FTE forecast to the budget of the 25 members, and as well it does track overtime. And so definitely there was going to be conversations with RCMP, but they are trending, our overtime is not compensating enough to cover, or is not made up by the vacancies by being understaffed, is what we're seeing for the first time. I did pull last year's files as well with that conversation with Kevin to compare. And so this is something new we're seeing, but again, questions that I want to ask, because I'm not seeing the variance numbers in the report compared to their forecast. So I definitely think there's more questions that are needed to be. Right now, our budget to date is at 45%. So we're projecting right now to be under, but I'm not sure what this RCMP forecast, how they base that. But there is an adjustment as well, not only for the per capita or the member cost, but as well as the per capita cost, which is, I think, 160. I have that in that attachment too. I believe it's, okay, I can't find it here, so I don't quote me, but depending on what they budget a member to cost to, if that escalates as well, that can contribute to a higher variance as well, because our budget is based on an estimate. So that's where we're at for now. We will have more, or I will have more information as I dig more deeper into their forecast, because this is the first time we're seeing it come out as not being favorable.
Thanks, Melissa. Staff Sergeant, did you want to?
So thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Parslow. In its most simple form, 5 vacancies doesn't mean 5 salaries building up in reserve. We, at the RCMP, do not have the luxury of going on diversion. We have a service to provide to the community, and that service does and will get provided no matter what. So when we have 5 vacancies, those spots need to get made up by overtime. And through our collective bargaining agreement, we are bound by whatever it is for salary and compensation packages and members to come in on overtime to fill those vacancies. Dawson Creek is not in a unique situation across the province. All of the detachments, we just did last week we did a quick comparison with Williams Lake, Quesnel, I believe it was Rupert, and Dawson Creek, just to compare the 4 detachments about the same size. We're about the middle of the road. There's some detachments that are in worse shape staffing than we are. And of course, there's some that are better. As we spoke last month, trying to attract people to the policing environment is becoming more and more difficult. We're doing everything that we can for efforts into staffing. National is making some changes to bring things back to the division, we hope. A little bit more control in the division where people go and what makes people happy. We're still looking about 65 or 66% of our new applicants are from the Lower Mainland, and very adamant that that's where they want to work. And with shortages in places like Delta, New West, Vancouver, Surrey Police Services, we are trying everything that we can to retain those people. Better explained through staffing. But the quick math is 5 vacancies for quick math costs 10 to get those filled, because those people are typically working on their days off at the rate of double time. So that's where there's going to be a projected overage. So not the ideal answer, but
No, that helps. Thank you. Councillor Apollonio.
Thank you, Your Worship. Staff Sergeant 2. I just want to extend our thank you very much to your police officer, Doucette, I think, Molison Doucette. Yeah, because that is part of it during that day. Okay, just to let you know that our candies for the Fall Parade was, stolen last Friday morning. So, and of course, we reported it, and out of his duty, we saw some of our candies, and some tools are taken as well. So, but he just went his way, and then took this gentleman who took our things, and then he got it from him, and then gave it back to us. So I just say thank you very much. Out of his duty, he helped us to retrieve those things. So he is Officer Doucette. Is right? Is it right?
Yes, through your worship.
Moulason Doucette, yeah.
Yeah, his first name is Rocher, and his last name is hyphenated. It's French. It's Moulason Doucette.
Doucette, yeah.
Yeah.
Just say thank you very
Fantastic new member. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Aponio. Councillor Doell?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Staff Sergeant. Always good to see you. Hope your summer's going well. DUIs around the fall fair. How do we stack up this year? I mean, I'm not sure what the present was compared, but I know usually there's a push around fall fair or around deterring drunk driving. Did we have a similar push this year, and were the results better, worse, the same, if so?
So thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Earl. I'm not aware of exactly the stats from BC Highway Patrol. I know that there was an initiative from them to be out and patrolling. I know that last year we had a couple of very unfortunate events where somebody decided it was a good idea to get intoxicated and go down 8th Street playing bumper cars. And there was no reports of anything serious like that this year. So very good to see. And I know that Dawson Creek is getting quite the reputation for things. I think we set the pace last year with the PBR, professional bull riding thing at the Ovintiv, where the entire town was red and blue. And people just weren't stepping out of line for that. So when these big events come, hopefully we're spreading the message and shutting that down. I don't have the exact stats for it, just being following the weekend and BC Highway Patrol. The team doesn't start, I think, till Thursday. Now they're on days off. So I can definitely get those stats and see where they're at. But I know that there was nothing major like last year.
Okay, cool.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Any other discussion? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. To prevent burnout with your members with so much overtime right now, are you able to leverage the nearby detachments to offer some of their members overtime too if they're not getting it in their own detachment?
Yeah, so through your worship to Councillor McDonald, yes, we have, of all things, a WhatsApp chat.
Okay.
And it incorporates Chetwynd, Tumbler Ridge, Fort St. John, and Dawson Creek. And we all try and share and help everywhere we can. I know like Chetwynd, Fort St. John, and Tumbler are very generous when it comes to times that we need scene security for our serious events. So yes, the answer is yes, we already do that. We share back and forth.
Nice.
Other detachments are in similar situations, so the flow back and forth is somewhat limited. BC Highway Patrol has been fantastic. We had, back in June, we had that serious event out on 97 towards Fort St. John, and BC Highway Patrol stepped outside of their mandate in a heartbeat to help. So those support, again, it's the surge capacity being the RCMP and having us all in one big family in the piece here helps quite a bit.
Nice. So, good to hear.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Any other discussion? No? Well, thank you. I just had one thing. I mean, obviously the 5 vacancies, I think that's the most since you've been here. Is it?
Correct.
Yeah. So what do you, like, obviously everybody's short, right? So is there, some light at the end of that tunnel, do you know? Like, is there some that are planning to come? Like, is there something we can do to help out?
So thank you, Your Worship. No, I don't think there's much more that you can do. I know that your voice has been heard. You've spoken over the last couple of years that I've been here with North District. And again, it's not a unique situation to Dawson Creek. Like Dawson Creek Detachment isn't being singled out and restricted membership in and out. We have a huge void of police officers across the country. So British Columbia, and specifically the North District, are no different than anywhere else. And staffing has this unbearably horrible job of taking a handful of new members and trying to distribute through all these vacancies. Who's a priority? So I'm working with staffing right now. I believe we're on the priority list, so that anybody coming to the north now here for the next couple, as soon as the North District gets a couple, we should be up to. I have just put out a national advertisement on our human resource management system, so that ad will go out across the entire country looking for lateral interest. So anybody, and now with us being a priority, if somebody comes and says, I'm working in Surrey and I've only got 2 years service and I want to go to Dawson Creek. So typically, if we're not a deemed priority, that member will get held because they haven't met tenure where they're at. But being designated a priority, we'll be able to take them. So hoping that all works out. I should have some more answers on that for next report next month.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you. And, as always, a thank you to you and your whole team for what you do in the community. I know it's, not an easy job that your team does, but it's definitely noticed the job that is getting done. So just a thank you and keep up the good work. And
thank you so much. It's a great place to be.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Enjoy your afternoon.
You as well. Afternoon. Thank you.
How many days? You didn't say how many days.
Well, I didn't know if this was appropriate.
Oh, yeah.
But anybody was asking, it is 3 weeks till Antibodies today.
Yeah. Today.
Monday morning.
Thanks, Staff Sergeant.
I'll not be over there.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless I need to.
Yeah. Thank you.
Cheers.
All right, next order of business, 9.3, report number 25-128 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the budget variance report for period ending June 30th, 2025. Councillor Parslow?
Move the report number 25-128 from the CFO, the actual to budget variance report for period ending June the 30th, 2025, which demonstrates the progress of the budget versus actuals during the second quarter of 2025 be received. Further, that Council reallocate $250,000 from savings in the general capital budget, resulting from tender construction costs being lower than estimated, toward the 2025 patching/overlay capital budget, thereby increasing the project budget from $311,841 to $561,841.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor Sudnick. Discussion? No discussion? I guess I do. Oh, Councillor Earl, go ahead.
Just a question through you to staff, Your Worship, with respect to the overlay budget revision. Is that money that still has to be spent, or is that money we already spent?
So through your worship, that's money we have not spent yet, but we have a need to, and that's why we're asking for it. We had a couple of patching lists, and we did the first one fairly early this year. The contractor came in, but it was significantly more expensive than what we thought we would, just how much we ended up doing. So, and we have a need to do more, so that's why we're asking. So this will certainly help.
Okay, and we're confident that the contractor is going to be available for late season stuff? Okay, cool.
Yeah, well, let's hope. That's what they've communicated to us, that they're ready and willing and able. So.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. I just had some on. Oh, sorry, Councillor Parslow, were you?
No.
Oh, okay. No. Thank you. Just thank you for the report. I was just going through some of it. Like, it's nice to see the budget outlook for coming up. I mean, nice to see it, but obviously a little concerning too. But are you? I think it's nice to have that there to prepare us for some future discussions. Or are you wanting us to discuss some of this stuff now? Because I mean, whether it's step up and ride or.
Yeah, through your worship, it was just as we are getting closer to budget time, we thought it was important because incrementally things, as we talk, things kind of get added to the list. And I said to Melissa, I think it would be good to just have it in front of you during these, like this quarterly update, just bring attention to it. It's not a decision point right now, but as we move closer, it just helps council recognize just how things can add up.
So are you, like, some of these, I mean, obviously there can be some discussion around all of these where the funding comes from. Is that something you're thinking of having at budget time, or are you wanting to have that prior to, so it's easier for you to plan, or what? Because I mean, I think it's great to see this for knowledge and it keeps it fresh in your head, but I was just...
So I think it's definitely more of an information piece for council to know. Some of these items we already have had direction on, like the increased janitorial contract. That was already came in a report, that is done. Some of these items, we know them as potential outcomes, but we don't yet know. For example, the South Peace Mile Zero the Mile Zero Park Society loan, that revenue coming back and that money coming back is in the budget. So if we don't have that or know that that's going to come in, that revenue is going to come out of the budget, and therefore, unless we can make up cuts, we would be looking at an additional 1.67% tax increase to make up for that. And then the increased step up and ride support, that's not in the budget because it was approved just for the 1 year for 2025. So it won't come as a recommendation within the 2026 budget unless I'm given direction that you want to include it. And then it would likely come, if you remember back to the draft 1 report, there was multiple decision points that then council made motions on, and they varied between within the current approved budget or that it was with this much of a tax increase. We did benefit in the 2025 budget. A lot of them were within the already approved budget, or within the already balanced budget, I should say, because we did have increased interest revenue, and that's not going to be the case continuing into 2026. So, and then with the list, these are a lot of things that council has talked about, but there's no dollar figure on them yet. More wishes. So if I won't, unless we've already talked about them and we've received direction, I wouldn't include them in the draft 1 budget unless there is a motion made that then I am directed to, just similar to the motion this morning that the councillor conference's budget was forwarded to budget. So then I have that on my list and I'll bring it up and add it and then make a motion for council whether they'd like to see that increase put into the budget or not. But as an example, step up and ride, unless I'm directed to add it to the 2026 budget, I won't, because the motion was to give the grant or the additional funding for just the 1 year.
So as we see stuff like this, so say it triggers something, I guess, so what's the process like? So if a councillor wanted to see the step up and ride in the budget, draft 1, would now be the time, or would it be better to get like a recommendation in advance to staff about, like, I'd like to see this like we do with other things?
Yeah, through your worship, I mean, council can at any time refer these items to budget, just like we did this morning. So, and again, then it just, all of that gets compiled, and when that first draft comes to you, then it's, we'll have it there for consideration. I think for me is just understanding that we know going in what the plan was, which is 5.5 plus 1 for asset management, so that's 6.5%. That was the plan for 2026. And we're going to have some other things here that are going to add to that as we discuss, or at least be contemplated. And I just didn't want any surprises. I just wanted to make sure, council had time to think about these things. And, when they showed up, it wasn't a shock. As well as if we want to contemplate some of these items, but we want to offset them with reduction somewhere else. Again, that should be thought and contemplated for a time, and I never want to get in a spot where you have to make those decisions in a shorter period of time. You're going to have to turn your minds to it, right? It's just like staff is as well if we get that direction.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Appreciate you guys both thinking of this and putting it in here, because it's nice to see it, right? Because you kind of forget about these things. And I mean, even step up and ride, for example, like knowing that we funded it this year, but you know, not knowing that it's going to not be included next year unless there's something, right? So, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Councillor Parslow?
Well, this is also made more complicated if you just take that step up and ride decision. Everything's interrelated. So does that assume that we can't have a discussion, as an example, step up and ride without a discussion about BC Transit? We got to move, think multi-years, right? Not just 1 year at a time. And so it's good to flag everything, but there needs to be some sort of logical grouping of discussions, right? For instance, if we step up and ride, it needs to be put in the context of transportation, right? And because it's all interrelated. And then you look at that with the somewhat complicated next item on the agenda, right? PRA, capital, the 1% stuff. Yeah. But it's good to I think, have everything flagged, and those things that were for 1 year, I think they should be listed as decision points, right? For sure. I mean, I can't conceive how Step Up and Ride, who needed, what did you guys give her? I wasn't at that meeting, 120,000 or something, I've forgotten.
128's in here.
128. If they needed it this year, I imagine they'll need maybe 138 this next year.
Well, this is 120.
Unless something changes radically.
That was 128 plus what we've given them, so it's
Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah.
Plus 25 grand.
plus 20, so I think it's more like 150.
Yeah, right.
Or 153.
Yeah. Wow.
Good.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worship. And I guess that begs a question of perhaps Devon. I know you're in the midst of finalizing the transportation master plan, and I assume any decision on this would be contingent upon the plan itself. What is the anticipated date-ish for that?
Sorry, Devon.
Okay, through your worship to Councillor Earl. Sorry, the date of the transportation master plan?
Yeah, when do we anticipate finalizing that?
We
Because
adopted that
it
in
is-
July.
Okay.
Yeah, we adopted it in July, so.
I wasn't there for that one.
All good. No, sorry, I apologize for that. BC Transit was going through the transit future service planning process. Last I know, I was on holidays for a couple of weeks. I met with them before I went on holidays, early July, to finalize some of the intentions of council around what we were looking for the strategy for busing. And I just actually messaged her this morning, and she's not back till the 18th. So I'll be following up with my temporary representative to figure out where they're at with the stakeholder engagement for that process.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I mean, to Councillor Barslow's point, I don't imagine, or the impression I got based on the presentation we got from Step Up and Ride, was not that this was going to be a one-off ask, that there was an expectation that it was going to be an annual allocation. And if that is going to be a conversation we're going to entertain, we need to have a discussion with that organization around what exactly the deliverables are, what the reporting looks like for that, because just giving an open-ended annual subsidy for a service is not the direction I think we should be moving in for any organization, irrespective of how good the work they do in the community is. Similarly with the MOPS loan, the impression I got based on our last conversation was that they were not in a position to repay that at any time in the foreseeable future. So it might be worth asking them to provide a letter affirming as much, so that we have some certainty on that. And at least then it might not be the answer we want to hear. We can move forward knowing what exactly those figures are. Yeah, those are just my thoughts. If we're going to start kicking the can around on budget stuff, thank you to Kevin and your team for bringing us back to this, because I think it is something we need to have some discussion about.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other discussion? No. All right, I'm going to call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 9.4, report number 25-129 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the Peace River Agreement allocation. Councillor Parslow.
The report number 25-129 from the CFO, Peace River Agreement allocation be received. Further, the additional 1% tax increase is dedicated to the asset management plan reserve continue to be considered annually during the budget process until staff return to council with options to formalise this allocation on an ongoing basis. And finally, that the PRA allocation be set at a minimum of 70% toward capital investment, with the remaining portion used for operations, which includes debt servicing.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor Sudnick. Discussion?
Well, the need for, if we're going to reach, I think I'm just going from memory here, approximately $10 million towards capital. The 1% just generates less than half of that by 2030 or something? So it's an important thing, but you're saying basically it's not sufficient for us to reach that intention, right? That we have 25% of our capital needs based upon the capital asset plan in place by a certain date. So what do you see? Are you seeing that there may be a need to have a higher percentage down the road to adequately, fund our capital assets replacement plan?
So, through your worship, this the report you see in front of you was we needed to bring back the motion that Councillor Parslow had brought forward, which was the change in the allocation of the PRA funding. Because we now have adopted the asset management strategy, which is the 1% annually increase, which will get us where we need to go over the long term. It's going to take time, but that's going to help. So we couldn't, or we didn't feel it was appropriate to have that motion outstanding and going a different direction. And essentially providing the same thing, although it's going to take time. The motion that you had put forward prior, that the 25% going to capital would result in a pretty significant operational decrease in our budget, or a significant increase in taxation, or some combination to fund that, because we'd be looking at, I think it was, if you're looking at $4 million moving into reserves. So what we're saying is stick with the asset management that we've started last year with the 1% increase annually, and that will get us to the 70-30 goal by 2030 and beyond with the asset management funding. That.
And you also make mention about the debt component being, what's the word, kept constant? In other words, we don't add to that in that time period, correct?
I'll let Melissa.
So through your worship, on page 205 of the report, yes, to go towards meeting our goal, you can see the last column there that the percent to debt servicing is decreasing. And so for 2025, it's at 14%. And so as that decreases down to 7, that is freeing up additional revenue that can then be spent on operating. So, but at the same time, our percentage that is going to operating is decreasing as we're dropping from 40 now down to 30%. So that's those are help offsetting each other, where you see that operating column is 4.2 million in 2025. And it drops as we see those percent go up and our debt not decreasing by the same amount. But you'll see it starts to increase again as our debt is paid off. So if new debt is taken on, this is going to shift that then there's less money available for operating, which then means cuts or tax increases. But the motion is just written that it would be the 30%, and then that's going to be a decision that council's going to make each year through the budget cycle or through the 5-year looking ahead. But to meet our goal, it is on the assumption that no new debt is taken on.
Yeah. And this whole scenario hasn't been helped by over a 7-figure increase in the base operating costs minus inflation through decisions being made over the last 3 years.
That just didn't, well, there was a couple things I don't know of a 7-digit increase over the last 3 years annually. I guess, so 2 things on the debt servicing, like I like this motion, I like the 70-30. I was kind of thinking that the debt servicing as it gets paid down should go to capital, so it doesn't put more pressure on operating if debt, like I don't agree with debt, period, but I think there's times when you need it. But if that, so to me, as debt servicing was paid off, it would make sense that extra funds would go back to capital, because then that's what this PRA funding is for capital. But then when Melissa was just speaking, it made me think of if it did go to operating, it would then put other, I guess, pressure on future councils if they were going to debt service, that it would have to come at a tax increase or losing operational funds. So I'm kind of like seeing that from a different side than what I was thinking originally. Originally, I thought that the one thing I was thinking about that I'd like to see different in here is that it goes to capital, because if we, remove $1 million in debt servicing and we add that to capital, it's a little easier to take that away, if something came up for debt servicing versus it being under operational. And with these increases, there's still an operational portion that we don't see on the PRA that comes to operation. So there is an annual increase each year to the operations already, as much as we're reversing this. So, yeah. So I guess currently the way it is, as debt servicing is going, that is getting moved to operating, like, and it has been the last 3 years.
Since the decision was made on the 70-30, so
okay.
I don't know the date of when that started, but this is the way that it was set up when the 70-30 was decided, and I probably would have that motion in the date.
I guess the other part of that too, just like the 70-30, so 70 capital, like if you're debt servicing for capital projects, that, on the other side of that, like, to me, that debt servicing should already be included in that 70 because it's for capital. Right? And I know that's a way bigger discussion, but it's, but it is truly a part of capital.
I know.
So as much as we say 70-30 here, if you actually remove that debt servicing, we're probably pretty close to that now. But
Yeah, through your worship, I think that,
yeah,
previous councils, administrations, the reason they have left it in operational is because if anything ever happened to the funding, you still have your debt servicing. That hasn't gone away, and it's still an impact to your operational budget. So if you have that debt servicing and capital and you lose PRA funding, and you automatically have to shift that into operations now you got even a big problem, right? And so by having it in the operational side, it's already accounted for. If something was to happen, you're not doing capital, but you still have your operational funding allocated and you're still doing your debt servicing. That's how I understand and why it was the way it was.
Yeah, understandable. And I think too, like obviously if that we lose that, that will be a part of the issue.
Yeah, there'll be
a small part of the issue.
Small part of the issue, yes.
But, so yeah, I understand that for sure. But yeah, it was just making me think about it because I was leaning towards leaving it out. And then when Melissa talked about that, it just made me think of it from that side, which I never thought about, so.
So through your worship, that definitely is an option that council can do. They just need to then really, because the way it is with the 30%, they just need to set the target or a dollar figure of what you want operating to be. And debt servicing is also included on the operating side because for accounting purposes, it is on the operating income statement. It's not a capital expense.
Yeah, you already have the capital gain.
But then we just need to see what is the target for operating, because if it's the 3.8 million in the bottom line, then that just means a $461,000. That would be the 2025 budget. So a little bit less for 2026, but then it's just making that up in cuts or tax increases, which is a substantial amount and is not, that's a major service cut. But again, whatever council wants to direct to do.
Well, and I guess the other part of it, we don't know if that PRA funding too, well, whether it'll be here, but we also don't know if it's going to go up too or down, right? Like as, things change, it's very likely that it can go down. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Well, the 70-30 aspiration rate was not new to this council. It was really a reaffirmation of what was set, I think, 2 councils ago. But as Kevin put it so well, the goal is if PRA funds were to be cut, you have got in your base money from local taxation to avoid massive cuts in your operating side, because you now have put most of that on the local taxpayers rather than using an external grant for operating purposes. However, losing the PRA grant, whatever percentage you're at, will be disastrous.
Yeah.
Because you're spending all that money, PRA money, 11.5 million of it on capital. Where are you going to find money for all the necessary paving and stuff? It's a major problem for any community, whether they're at 90% capital 10 and
all right.
Yeah, Councillor. Just wanted to make it a special. It's going to be a big problem wherever you're at on this spectrum. We've grown dependent on this PRA money.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. It's tough.
Yeah, it is.
For future councils. Sometimes it will happen.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl, are you putting a request in for new chairs?
No, I'm good.
2026 budget?
I can make do with this. I'll just stop leaning back. There's no way if the worst were to happen and the PRA were room, but there's no way to slice it that losing $16 million out of the budget wouldn't be apocalyptic in some respects. I'm fine with this proposal. I think, the previous 70-30 split with X amount going to debt servicing
was landed upon, there might be some room to revise around the margins, but I think that was landed upon at a time when council hadn't ruled out more borrowing as part of the equation to catch up on capital because interest rates were in a different place. And subsequent to that, our thinking around that, I get a feeling as a group has changed, which means that we are going to have less debt servicing costs over the medium term. Whether we transition that funding out of operations back into capital and then need to find revenue or service cuts to bolster those operating line item, or we raise funds and dedicate it directly into it all kind of comes out in the wash very similar. Once again, if the end result is we're trying to strengthen the books in the case that the Peace River Agreement money ceases to exist, it's going to be an ugly day for that council, no matter what. Just out of curiosity, when is the current Peace River Agreement up for renegotiation or reconsideration? 2027? And
I want to say 2033 for some reason. I'm just going to check.
Well, I think it's up at 2033, but they do the revision 5 years out, do they not?
Yeah, through 2034.
Okay. And
there's a review in 2031.
Okay. So,
there's a
okay,
bit
we've
of time, but
got
time goes by.
some certainty through to the end of this table anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
9 years, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Just when we were discussing there, Melissa, or you brought up about having like a set dollar value for operating in there. Would that just made me think, would that make it easier on the city team side, knowing that it's 3.8 million every year or 3.9, or does it matter much on this fluctuation? Because that jumps over a little bit, right, all over the place over the next 5 years. Not a lot, but it goes up and down, and well, actually quite a bit. It goes up 600,000 one year and then down 300.
Right.
So would that make it easier if it was looked at it differently?
I think it's just going to be, though, then if you were in a position where the council decides that they want to borrow, and then if the borrowing cost plus whatever target you set puts you over the 30%,
yeah, okay.
then they're both kind of impacted. But I was looking at another way to maybe look at it too is, your debt servicing rate now is 2.2 million, and we're close to that 15%, because I think that was maybe a target as well, that of around 15% of the 30, half of that was towards debt servicing. And then when you go down to the last line, your debt servicing, when it's at 7%, is only $1 million. So to think that if you want to borrow again and you want to get close to maybe that 15% and that's your comfort range, you're looking at an additional 1.2 million.
In debt servicing.
Yeah. And so if you're to your operating at 3.8 on that last year and you decide, okay, well, I need to borrow. And so that puts your debt servicing back up to the range of around the 2.2. That 3.8 million then needs to drop to 2.6 that you're going to have available with an operating.
Because
so I think it's, no matter how you slice it, I think it's just, we need to pick a target and work towards it. And that's really why this report was brought forward, because we have two different we have a motion
Thank you.
back from 2023 that doesn't align with the current practice. And it did say by 2030. So I need to know whether, are we changing the allocation to match the motion that was made? and reach that by 2030, or the 70-30 split that kind of it has been routinely presented to council the last few years. But it could also be a decision at any time in potentially, let's say in 2028, when the portion to operating is set to go up because the debt servicing is dropping from that 12 to 7. Maybe that year when you're looking at the budget, we say, okay, we're going to keep operating at that 3.8. We're not going to put it back up to 4.4. That can be something that is decided too.
Okay. Yeah, good discussion, I think, too. Like when you think of the 70 where it was, because the debt servicing was a lot higher too, right? So to be 70 capital and then, so to speak, 15 operating and 15 debt servicing, that makes sense. But I think we've been very good over the last 3 years with our debt servicing, and we've gone down and haven't had to borrow any funds, and we've been in a good spot that way. So would hate to be in a spot where that's all paid off and then, a council of the day just, thinks that there's 15% right but yeah, okay. All right, any other discussion? No? Okay, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.5, we have report number 25-140 from the Financial Service Manager regarding receivable report, June 30th, 2025. Councillor Kemp.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation, the report number 25-140 from the Financial Services Manager regarding receivables report, June 30th, 2025, be received for information.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Second, Councillor Apollonio. Melissa, you wanted to?
Through your worship, just for information purposes, I did want to let council know, normally with the receivables report in our closed agenda package, there is a detailed report of the accounts that are over 90 days. And there was one this quarter, but it was a very small, insignificant amount. And so that's why you're not seeing that detailed report in your closed agenda, just
Okay.
for information.
Thank you, Melissa. Any other discussion? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.6, we have report number 25-146 from the corporate officer regarding liquor to go engagement questionnaire. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move the recommendation that report number 25-146 from the corporate officer regarding liquor to go engagement questionnaire be received for discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Second, Councillor Kemp. Call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Councillor Earl.
I think this was first discussed at last month's council meeting where I wasn't present, but I have read over it. I rely on my colleagues who do work in liquor distribution. My sense is that the policy changes made during the pandemic haven't appreciably injured the public good meaningfully. I think, anecdotally, societal attitudes around alcohol and how people recreate are probably a lot healthier than I've ever seen them in my life. And to the extent we still do face challenges with respect to that, I don't get a sense it has to do with anything to do with restaurants and bars and how they serve liquor. So I would, reaffirm the existing policies or add an endorsement that the existing policies are working as well as they can. And to the extent that things could be better, I think there's other places to look.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, those policies that were put in place were there to assist, right? And they've worked, and I don't think that's added any burden to some, but yeah. So I guess is now the time to go through these because there's 3 questions. So could you pull up question 1? So from your perspective, are the public health and safety impacts of the liquor to go policy and or implementation, could easier access to take out liquor increase alcohol related harms, impaired driving? Could say we don't believe so. No.
So if council wants to just come up with a consensus on each of these questions, staff will just summarize it and send it into the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch.
Okay. So we'll go through each point. So then the first one, could easier access to take out liquor increase alcohol related harms? So no?
I mean,
No.
yeah. I mean, is it possible? Sure. Has it? Not that I've seen.
Okay. Everybody in agreement with that? Yeah, Councillor Afonio? Okay. Okay. All right. So no. Second one, are there specific concerns in our community delivering to intoxicated persons, vulnerable population? I mean, I haven't heard specific concerns in the community that are related to this.
No. No, like
In regards to intoxicated person or vulnerable population.
yeah, once again, to the extent that we like any community has challenges with people who are abusing alcohol, it tends not to be in the form of the liquor to go policy, people getting drinks to go from restaurants with their food.
Yeah.
If somebody's going to abuse alcohol, it's most likely, you know, in a private location with alcohol they bought from a store or not.
Yeah, and wherever they get it from, they're getting it.
Yeah.
So whether it's from an establishment or a. Okay, so no to that one. Everybody's. Okay. And so the next one, has the policy created any enforcement or monitoring challenges locally?
Not that I've seen.
Not that I'm aware of. Everybody's good with that? Okay. All right, question 2. Liquor to go sales are currently regulated by rules on product type, single serve packaging, hours of sales for takeout or delivery, and minimum pricing. Which of the following changes do you think the LCRB should consider? Introduce volume limits, introduce price limits based on ratio between the liquor price and meal price, update the type of products that can be sold for liquor to go, single serve drinks, but not packaging products or beer line. My thoughts are to leave it as is, but I don't, the second point for sure, like introduce a price limit is pretty tough to do when you can get, you know, liquor pricing can vary significantly.
Well, and if somebody's looking for more volume at lower price, they're not ordering single drinks from a restaurant.
No, exactly.
Like it's, once again, it's kind of a moot point. So I don't know that we need to select any of those unless somebody has something specific. But I think, once again, to the extent there are challenges around that, this isn't where they lie.
So we could put other, we don't believe that any of them should be considered. Is everybody fair with that? Okay. 3, currently all food, so FP is food primary, LP is liquor primary licenses can sell liquor to go according to the policy. Example, sell the liquor with a meal for off-site consumption. The LCRB is considering changes to the eligibility requirements. What FPs and LPs should be eligible for liquor to go. I don't think either. I think, I mean, there used to be a bigger difference between food primary and liquor primary. Now they've narrowed that gap. So liquor primary would be like a nightclub. Food primary would be pretty much any place that serves food. There used to be a lot more differences between the two, but they're not right now. So I would think that both should be eligible.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody can qualify for a liquor license, presumably the government's already done its due diligence to ensure they have the capacity and the competence and they're above board in how they serve. So this seems like kind of an added layer of bureaucracy. They're on a fishing expedition to see if they need to implement.
Well, and like on a liquor primary, so say like a liquor primary place, if somebody wanted to walk in and buy a bottle of wine, like, why would we limit?
Well, it's off sales.
Limit them to the opportunity to gain a sale.
I think they should both, select them both.
Yeah.
Yeah, all FPs and Alpha.
Yeah, also all.
Yeah, that's fine.
If you select, I want to choose a type of, okay, so that's it.
Yeah, that's a moot point. Okay.
Although there's a nice big list of all those other things we could go through. I'm just kidding. Okay. So that's it? Okay. So we don't,
Do we need
a
to
motion
vote
now?
to ratify that?
No, you
Okay, we already
had it for discussion, and staff will summarize the discussion and send a response to
Thank you.
Brent.
Thank you. All right, next, 9.7, 9.7, we have report number 25-147 from the Capital Project Manager regarding invitation to tender 2025-35 arena parking lot drainage. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move the report number 25-147 from the Capital Projects Manager regarding invitation to tender 2025-35 arena parking lot drainage Phase 1 be received. Further, the Council award the contract for ITT 2025-35 arena parking lot drainage Phase 1 to Nappet Industries 2006 Limited for the tender price of $1,081,540 excluding GST.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Second, Councillor Kemp. Any discussion? No. All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next, 9.8, report number 25-148 from the Capital Project Manager regarding invitation to tender 2025-40 Capital Road work, First Street from 116th Avenue to Highway 2. Councillor Sudnick.
Move the recommendation, report number 25-148 from the Capital Projects Manager regarding invitation to tender 2025-40 Capital Roadwork, First Street from 116th Avenue to Highway 2 be received. Further, the Council award the contract for invitation to tender to 2025-40 Capital Roadwork, First Street from 116th Avenue to Highway 2 to Brocore Construction Limited for the tender price of $604,440.56 excluding GST.
Thank you, Councillor Sudnick. Second, Councillor Apollonio. Any discussion? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Did I close it too? It's saying I gotta recall it. I missed one. I closed it too soon, sorry. I'm gonna recall the vote. I got a little excited. Sorry. Vote is closed and it's carried. That is a sign that I'm going to take a 2-minute break and be back. So, August 11th, 2025, back to order. Next order of business is bylaws 10. 10.1, we have report number 25-151 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding Dawson Creek Revitalization Tax Exemption Program, bylaw number 4609-2025 for consideration of adoption. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move the report number 25-151 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding Dawson Creek Revitalization Tax Exemption Program bylaw number 4609-2025 be received. Further, that the Dawson Creek Revitalization Tax Exemption Program bylaw number 4609-2025 be adopted.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Second, Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next, 10.2, we have report number 25-117 from the City Planner regarding zoning amendment 25-03 bylaw number 4610-2025 for consideration of third reading and adoption. Councillor Sudnick.
I'd like to move the recommendation, report number 25-117 from the City Planner regarding zoning amendment 25-03, bylaw number 4610-2025 be received. Further, that zoning amendment 25-03 Bylaw number 4610, 2025 be given third reading and adopted.
Thank you, Councillor Sednick. Second, Councillor Apollonio. Any discussion? Call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Well, next 10.3, we have report number 25-124 from the city planner regarding OCP amendment 25-01, bylaw number 4608, 2025, and zoning amendment 25-02, bylaw number 4607, 2025, for consideration of third reading and adoption. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 25-124 from the city planner regarding official community plan amendment 25-01, bylaw number 4608, 2025, and zoning amendment 25-02, bylaw number 4607, 2025 be received. Further, that OCP amendment 25-01, bylaw number 4608, 2025, and zoning amendment 25-02, bylaw number 4607, 2025 be given third reading and adopted.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. And second, Councillor Sednick. Discussion. All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next, we have 10.4, report number 25-125 from the city planner regarding zoning amendment 25-04, bylaw number 4611, 2025, for consideration of first, second, and third reading. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move the report number 25-125 from the city planner regarding zoning amendment 25-04, bylaw number 4611, 2025 be received. For the zoning amendment 25-04, bylaw number 4611, 2025 be given first, second, and third readings.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Second, Councillor Kemp. Any discussion? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next order of business, 11, Mayor's Business, 11.1, Mayor's Updates. Water presentation at Treaty 8 Tribal Association. Kevin, myself, and Darcy attended the Treaty 8 Tribal Association. This is probably about a month ago. Just gave a water presentation on just our current water situation and really kind of the direction we're going. And there wasn't a real ask there. It was about, bringing awareness to it and seeing if there was any comments, if they seen any concerns that they maybe had around the environmental assessment process, or things that they could maybe, that maybe would give us a heads up on, some things that might be coming or something that they know of. And it was perceived very well. We were there, we presented for, I don't even remember actually, but it was a minimum 30 minutes, but we were probably there an hour. And it felt like unanimously that there was a real support for it. So that was good. Thank you to Kevin and Darcy for attending as well, because they, did an amazing job presenting, and they kind of tag teamed the presentation and let me talk every once in a while, which was perfect. It went really good, and there was a lot of open dialogue back and forth, so it was really good. C2C meeting with Doeg River First Nations. So we had that a little while ago. And really out of that was just about building that relationship. And I think it's, I believe there was a lot of value from Doeg River on it, because, there was no real intent for the meeting besides just to build that relationship and to ask them, their thoughts on truth and reconciliation. And they don't get asked that very often. So I believe that there was a big appreciation from them, but it was just another great opportunity to meet and just to continue to build that relationship. So I just wanted to thank them. Thank Councillor McDonald as well for putting this one forward. And so thank you. I know that was a big part. So so thank you. And for everybody that attended, it was really good. So
next Tim Hortons Camp Day, I was able to attend that on the camp day, which I don't remember when that was, but it was in the morning one day. And I just wanted to give a shout out to the team at Tim Hortons. It's, I mean, restaurant industry is my background, so I always get a little excited when I get in there, but learning something new or that I'm not used to is exciting. But I just like the team there is very, one, I know how it is when you're, working in an environment like that under pressure, how much of a hindrance it can be to have people in there sometimes in your way. But you do not notice that from them. They are very appreciative and grateful that you're in there causing them havoc. And, but yeah, it's fun. And what a great opportunity to I don't know, I enjoy it a lot for multiple reasons, but mostly because of the team there. So thank you to Jillian and yourself. But also because you get to interact with people coming through the drive-through window and they have no clue that you're standing there. So it's the conversations you build up. And I think that's where maybe it bothers the team sometimes because I probably slow down the drive-through times. But it's fun. So thank you. Next hospital tour. Few of us attended the hospital tour, so I wanted to give just a shout out to Ryan from Graham for taking the time out of his day to spend a couple hours with us, and and his team. Yeah, just how thorough they are in presenting to us and showing us around. I felt like we could have spent 10 hours in there with them and they didn't rush us. They were kind of went through every detail, and I know they're busy. They got, there's 400 team members in there working right now, and they got things going in every direction. And they are as calm of leaders as you could possibly be, you could tell. So they run a very good operation, and I think we're seeing the results of that. But I just wanted to thank them and Ashley also from Northern Health. But yeah, it's just great to see. It's coming along fairly quick, and it looks phenomenal in there. There's everywhere from rooms that are 90% complete probably to rooms that are 10% complete. You can tell they're going in stages, but it was just great to see. It's going to be a huge asset for our area, for our residents, but also I believe for the recruitment and retention of our healthcare workers. I think it's going to be an asset. So yeah. The Tover Toffel Grand Reveal celebration, that was phenomenal. The ladies from the auxiliary put together the fundraiser that we seen. We donated, I believe, $500 to it, but they got overwhelming response, and they had enough funds raised to buy 2 of them, which they put in. They're also going to start another one because they want to add another one to the hospital. But just a phenomenal, it was, I don't know, it was pretty amazing. Councillor McDonald attended as well. And just to see, it's in the, the dementia ward, and just to see the patients, how they interacted with it. Also that, there was families there. So there was I don't think this was part of it either. I think it just happened to be that there was some kids there that were visiting some relatives that were actually on these games playing. And the interaction. And I think it's a lot more than just giving those patients something and helping them. It's about keeping those families together, and those kids, you can tell, were excited about it. And I can imagine when they leave that those will be memories that they remember playing with grandma or grandpa, and they'll want to go back instead of not wanting to go. But yeah, it was pretty emotional, and they asked me to give a speech there, and it was probably the toughest one I did because wasn't prepared for it for one, but it was just emotional because it was just the nature of it and then seeing it. So just pretty grateful for that facility, that we have that to help those individuals in that stage in life. But also for those auxiliary and those nonprofit volunteers that contribute up there. It is it's breathtaking when I think that I try to, lead in their shoes, really, try and give back. And then you see what they do, and I'm holy, they're on a totally different level than me, even what they give back and how much they offer and do. So yeah, just a huge shout out to them. West Mo Days, I was able to attend that on the Friday night. I went for their opening ceremonies and their feasts. So I don't know if anybody else made it over the weekend, but Councillor McDonald was there as well. And just a phenomenal event. It was the first time I got to attend. Chief Wilson, their council, and their whole, the First Nations just put on an amazing evening. And weather wasn't the greatest, but there was still probably I would say 400 people. It was well attended. There was, it was just great. I got welcomed by Dean Doki, who's the elder who built a relationship with on our first Hockey Canada event. He did the opening ceremony. So it was, he definitely made me feel, and Councillor McDonald feel very welcome as part of his family. So it was, it was a great event and great to attend. The Fall Fair event, actually I'm going to end on that one. Just going to the Kin Arena. We had a tour, I think 2 separate tours last week. So I did one with one councillor and Ryan and Kevin. So just got a tour of the Kin Arena sports flooring and the upgrades to the Memorial Arena. So Councillor Parslow spoke about this earlier, so I won't touch too much on it. Besides, I'm excited to see where this goes and where the testing of the Kin Arena goes, and it looks really good in there. I think the manager of the arena is the arena that looks after the ice plants and stuff. Derek, Derek. I forgot his name for a second, but I just wanted to give a shout out to Derek and his team. They gave us kind of a behind the scenes, the ice plant, and to see all the things, and you can just tell that there is definitely some passion and pride being instilled and taken there, but also to Ryan and his team. I think it's a little under maybe valued or estimated what he brings to the city's team. It is phenomenal, and I'm not just saying that because Ryan's not here. I'll share that with him when he is here too, but it's just, when he's given the tour and explaining every detail of it, you can tell that, him or his team have thought of every single angle, and they're looking at it from, what's best for our community, what's best to protect that facility, what's really best at the end of the day for the city. So, I'm looking forward to those that get to use it, and really looking forward to hear what people's thoughts are of it. And I won't share too much more about it, but that. And then I wanted to end with the Fall Fair event. So, I think if I had to sum it up, I'm not going to, but if I did, it would be nice if we could do this quarterly, because it sure gives you a sense of community spirit and pride, and just really the whole week. It was just phenomenal from the tent events to the rodeo, to all of it. It's such a, I don't know, it's humbling to be part of it, to be honest. It's, and I get to walk around that parade, and you get to hand candies to kids. I don't know however that can sound, but it's just, I don't know, it's just humbling to be able to do that and to see that many kids that are out and excited. I don't know how many people were downtown, but it's more than I've ever seen in, the 3 years that I've done this. There was a lot. It was really tough to get to everybody, but it was phenomenal. I think there's probably an endless list of people to thank for the whole week, but the community, the businesses, the residents, every part, right? The societies, whether it's the Exhibition Society, all they do, I think the list just goes. I think, Rotary is a big one. You look at the parade and how well that is organized, and all by volunteers, all by the Rotary, just phenomenal. I didn't hear the exact number, but I think it was close to the record amount of floats ever entered, 123, and the record was 130. So really close. Attendance must have been close to that. Also attended
yeah, the Race Against Hunger on Saturday, which was phenomenal. There was the pancake breakfast before at the co-op. It's just the list goes on and on and on about all that. I wanted to also mention about Chelsea Yarmachuk. Is that right? Yarmachuk, yeah. The city team member who was a big part of the decorations of the city float. So I just wanted to give a shout out to her. The city float was beautiful. It was well done. The driver was phenomenal and not easy probably to drive with us behind because we were a little slower. But yeah, just everybody. I know council was very active in all the events. There's just so much. It's the tent events. Nodes, I attended theirs on Friday night, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to them because it's their 60th year anniversary, and a huge milestone for any company. But when you're there, they don't even, to them, it's not even about the recognition. They just truly try to do what's right for their people, and when you're there and you're talking to some of their staff and team members, like, that have been there 60 years. It's not one or two. Like, majority of their team are long-term family. Murray, I was talking to him. He was, when he went to school, he was in grade 3, 4. He would come across the street to the Nodes shop, and he had a job there sweeping floors. And, yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal what they offer to our community and region, and humbly do it. It's not about recognition. So to give a shout out to them, I also, Ovintovs, the Dunazay 4, Bannister Tents, ARC Resources, takes seniors down there. They brought 2 busloads of seniors down to attend the rodeo, and it just goes on and on. Like it's where I didn't want to mention names because you could just go on it's really the whole community. So just a huge shout out. Then I'll end on this, as I had somebody from Edmonton, Prince George, and somewhere else that somebody told me this morning that I don't remember, but 3 different communities outside of Dawson Creek that attended this and said it was like they wish their communities did it and that they felt the community spirit. And to me, that, it kind of like hit home with me because I think, we talk about relationships earlier, how important that is to all of us in communication. And I feel like there's a shift in that in our community, like that there's just this whole community spirit that's building. And that's not a reflection of us. I think it's a reflection of the community. And it's just inspiring to be part of, and to see, so yeah. I feel like I could go on forever about that, but I will end on that. And yeah, anybody have any questions about any of that for Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. Just to build on what you said about the Race Against Hunger, just big shout out to Emmett coming out and helping us out again, even though we were robbed of a win. It is always so much fun to have Emmett come out there, hang out with us, and be a part of the team. And his sister actually got an opportunity this year to join the Rodeo Princess team as well. So that's, like you say, it's all about community. Yeah. This past week is so much about community and the come together and the give back. And it is such a privilege for us to sit here in our elected positions in this community. It's truly a privilege and an honor to be representing this community as much as we get an opportunity to.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for bringing up Emmett. I didn't forget, but yeah. So thank you. I appreciate that. He's probably watching, so thank you. All right. Okay, next 11.2, we have the delegation request from Network Ministries on Dawson Creek. So the request was asking for a grant in the amount of $1,200 to $1,500 to cover their water for this year. It wasn't something she was expecting annually but it's just a new expense to them this year, so they're kind of looking at some help for this year. So, and our grant budget is at $3,400 remaining for the year. Do you want to make a motion just to have some discussion? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I'll make a motion that we offer a grant to Networks Ministry in the value of $1,000 to help cover the costs of their community service of free showers.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Second, Councillor Kemp. Discussion. Councillor McDonald, did you want to?
I mean, we all know what great work Networks Ministries does, right? And I don't think it's very often they actually come to see us with an ask like this. They are very self-sufficient. They go out and do the work, fundraising as much as they can, doing the grants they can, and like so many other groups in this community, they are a very important piece of the infrastructure of the community.
Great. Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worship. I'll support this. I'm a little baffled that given the nature of the service they're providing, there isn't an opportunity for funding from either an organization like Northern Health or BC Health, Nawican, they get a contract to run a shelter, which provides similar services. And there are a whole hope, warming shelter, stuff like that. So it might behoove us to ask around when we're at UBCM to see if there's not a dedicated fund from the province that this might fit into or fall under, because I think, as anybody knows who's spent any time talking to people or those who advocate or work with people who struggle with homelessness, one of the real challenges once you're in that situation is pulling yourself up out of it, and that includes finding a place to, have a clean shower and change your clothes and do laundry and things like that. Once you're behind the eight ball, it's pretty hard to catch up. So what they're providing is a very valuable service, not only, from a health standpoint, but for those who are looking to improve their circumstances. That's one of the, the first steps a person would take in doing that. And I think, I'm happy to support this. I think it should rightly, there be some funding, or I have a hard time believing there's no funding from the province to support initiatives like this. So I'd like to maybe pursue that when we get down to UBCM and network amongst our colleagues to see if there's a similar program that isn't receiving funding, because obviously there's a need, and Anyway, I could go on, but I'll support this, and hopefully we can follow up with someone who can direct us to a more stable source of funding for networks moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Devin, is that anything that you've seen in your past with the ministries where there might be something like this, or is, no? Okay. All right, any other discussion? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. That was all for delegation requests, right? Yeah. All right, next, Chief Administrative Officer operational updates.
All right, good afternoon. Couple quick updates. Misting pad at the Milesville Park Society. Water's on, so they should be able to utilize the misting pad if the weather is favorable for them. We've let them know that it's up and running, so see, hopefully they get some use out of it. Water in a different form out at the river. Flows are still very low. Staff has done some work on the weir to plug some holes to, and so the level at the weir has actually come up at our intake, but that's only because we've limited how much is passing through, and we want to maintain that level as high as we can before we get into the fall. But the flows are still like in the 0 percentile, as they call them, basically, is almost non-existent. Bear Hole Lake is still 43 centimeters below the weir, so it's actually dropped slightly from where it was. There is some rain in the forecast again, but we don't seem to get a lot materialized from the forecast, it seems. Since we've gone to stage 2 restrictions, we've seen a reduction in use of approximately 500 cubic meters per day in the community. So community's doing their part, so that's great. And I had a meeting with EMBC and Water and Lands last week. And yeah, it was, again, just walking through the scenario of should we get to, you know, a critical stage. And so it was a good meeting, making sure everybody's got lots of advance warning, so to speak, and there's no surprises. So that's all I got for today.
Thanks, Kevin. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Kevin. Through you to Kevin, Your Worship. The 500 cubes a day in reduction, has that been net reduction, or is that offset by increased sales at the reclaimed water?
That's a good question. I don't have any indication that there's anything changed at the reclaim. And honestly, we weren't seeing a lot of industrial demand before, so I think this is just
wondering if it was industry finding the water elsewhere, or just particularly conscientious community members being a bit more.
I'm leaning towards more of the community as a whole is doing it, which is great.
Cool. Thank you.
Councillor Sudden.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Kevin. The intake, the weir at the intake, patching holes to reduce the flow through it. Is there any way, are we allowed to raise it a little or increase that? And
well, I guess we would have to probably go through some form of a process to do that. I know back in 92, we, before my time, but my understanding was that we hastily built an earthen dam to hold water in because we had no weir at the time. And got in a little trouble for that, but we were desperate. And then in 94, we actually built the existing metal weir that's there. Yeah, I'd have to ask the question to see what would be involved, you know, from a regulatory process if
just another Band-Aid, it's already there, so it would be a Band-Aid.
Just to hold as much as we can. It's just really another reservoir for us, right? So, yeah.
All right,
It's something we actually haven't, or I haven't asked the question before.
Thanks, Councillor Sudnick. I'll just add one thing too. I was on a minister meeting last week, just on an update on emergency and environment. And one of the first things they talked about in their update was the Kiskatna watershed. So it's definitely at the top of a lot of people's minds right now. So I think, kind of surprised me that it was the first thing that they talked about, but which is good. So, Melissa?
Through your worship, just for information, for the reclaimed water sales in July was just over 53,000, and in June was over 58. So we're not seeing a huge increase in reclaim for July.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks, Kevin. All right, next, diary, nothing in the diary. 14, consent calendar. Did anybody want to lift anything? No, motion to accept. Councillor Kemp, second. Councillor Sudnick. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, media questions. No media. 16, recess to close meeting. Janice, do I need to read this one out too? Oh, her tab. Do I need to read this one out too? Or just the one on here? Okay. So resolution to move into the meeting of council closed to the public. Agenda items 6.1, 6.3, and 7.1, section 91K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at their preliminary stages, and that in the view of council could reasonably be expected to harm the interest of the municipality if they were held in public. Agenda items 6.2, 6.3, and 7.2, section 91E, the acquisition, disposition, or expropriation of land or improvements, if the council considers that disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality. And closed meeting agenda
Item, section 91K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of municipal service that are at their preliminary stages and that in the view of council could reasonably be expected to harm the interest of the municipality if they were held in public regarding the late item. So, motion?
Yep.
Councillor Sudnick, second Councillor McDonald. Call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Thank you, everyone.